Sorry. Still had that going. I think we should codify a few things. Don't you? Really, yes, Diesel? That's funny. Codifying. Logs, voice acting, doodads, brickwork. All definitely are earned as of now. Gameplay-wise. Graphics fidelity. Built-in varied cheats, which is the screen I have up right now. That's probably hard to read. It's hard to read on my preview pane. But we've got enhanced aim assist, which I don't know what that means. Aim snapping, which I can guess what that means. Energy recovery, damage, and ammo recovery multipliers. Immortality, and one-hit kills. And that's just an option in the menu. You can just do it. Now I'm going to leave that off because I want to judge the difficulty of this game and the curve and, the gameplay. But that's still good. I'm still debating a lot of other things. I feel like the guns are going to be a wash. I'm not sure what I think of mods yet because I haven't really gotten to play with anything that's interesting so far. The physics powers are almost assuredly going to be a positive, but I'm not sure which and how and where yet. At the very least, launch is viscerally fun to do, which, as I've talked about many times, is an extremely important thing to most games. Of any genre. Well, most genres. But especially anything that involves shooting. We've talked about this so many times. You want your guns to have an enjoyable appeal simply to using said gun. Now, that is most critically important when it comes to an FPS. But any game that involves, let's call it what it is, combat, you want to make it so that the usage of your abilities is fun. Either in terms of sound design, or in terms of the visuals of the gun, or in terms of the impact of the gun, or in many cases, all of the above. Of all of those things, the gun so far feels like none of those. By contrast, the launch ability feels like all of those. Visually, audibly, and in terms of impact, very satisfying, right? So, but I'm still leaving that in the debatable category because I want to see what we do with upgrades and other abilities before I really codify anything there. Per Aspera just went on sale. I think I'm actually going to buy that. It's half off. Hey, go buy Per Aspera. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know if it's a good game or not. I hope to do a review of it someday. Let's go ahead and buy that really quick. Just give me a moment. Wait one second. Here. There we go. Yes, purchase for myself, please. I usually have a rule for any game that I'm thinking about buying, assuming it's easily accessible, aka something I'm not worried about getting hold of a copy of. I just let it sit in the wish list until it goes on sale, and if it goes a certain amount on sale, that's enough to go ahead and pick it up at that point, which I just did. That's kind of what I'm already at, Kira White Noise. I'm only 5 hours into the game. Although, according to what I've seen, I'm over a quarter of the way through the game, so we'll see about that. Anyways, there is one other thing I want to give a plus to, and I'm debating where I want to give it towards. It is, here, I'll spell it out in chat, Lunaruth. There you go. It is a game very similar to Surviving Mars, except more on a planetary scale than in a city scale. We're terraforming Mars. It's had my attention since it was first announced, like, God, 4 years ago at this point or something. And I was reminded of it a lot recently when we were going through Surviving Mars. Anyways, sound design. Now, the sound design is obviously on point in this game. It's some good stuff. What I'm debating is which axis that falls under, because how the sound design impacts the story of the game, etc., that's kind of the question, right? Usually sound design goes under gameplay by default, but it also sits there if it has to do with being able to tell where an enemy is, or being able to indicate where you're supposed to go, or giving you some kind of clue to a puzzle, or maybe into inclination that something's happening, or whatever, right? The aforementioned viscerality of doing something like this is part of that. Sorry for breaking the equipment. Like that, right? This is more of a gameplay thing. But there's plenty of sound design in this game that is specifically part of the narrative, part of the atmosphere most specifically. Yeah, so you see why I'm kind of debating on this one. We could keep debating it. We could just sit on it for a bit. But either way, this game is definitely getting at least a sound design. I'll just jot it down for both right now. Sound design question mark. Sound design question mark. Now, I have something I want to share with you. I was debating if I wanted to say this on stream or just keep it for the rumination. I'm going to do something here, because you'll notice I have not given a plus to intro. And we're well past the intro. Homeworld location, destroyed world enslaved. The Legion a place to key, and Archimond. Slain commanders finally we have found. Now reap sown today, Nothrazim. What is the first step? Slaughtered today, we path victory towards today. Now I could keep going. That's just one paragraph. From that paragraph, I imagine at least some of you in chat could get snippets of what story I'm sharing. But I have deliberately chosen to share it out of order in an unusual manner that doesn't really follow usual logical cohesion. This is a very clear and very deliberate narrative choice on the behalf of this game. There's clearly pieces of the intro that are pieces of a greater story, but it's told out of order in a way that doesn't follow logical cohesion. If you already know what you're getting into, you probably have an idea of what's being told. If you don't, all it is noise. I've heard from several people, including today, but I've heard this before I even started the stream today, that several people picked up Control and put it down during the intro entirely because the intro was so... Huh? But again, the thing I'm so torn on is this doesn't really feel badly written so much as it is a large barrier to entry. You'll notice if you look at the document, I have already jotted down a foreshadowing and a Babylon 5 effect positive. Now, I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. But I have a feeling that is how they're styling it, because you could tell by the structure of the story they're telling that they're giving us pieces that we have no idea what we're looking at. If we don't know what a crane is, if you show us a picture of a crane, all we know is that there's a picture of some yellow thing with some wires dangling from it, right? We don't have context. That can work, but I do feel like, narratively speaking, all the intro does is accomplish two objectives. Now, one of those objectives is good, and one of those objectives is debatable. The good thing that the intro accomplishes is it is quite upfront about what type of game this is. There are no misgivings and no hesitation about the type of game you're playing when you play the intro of Control. Hey, this be weird, yo, is all over the place in giant, glowing green letters. The other objective is it serves as a way to encourage the player to go back through the game again, for lack of a better way to put it. That's why that's a little bit more debatable. Because whether that's good or bad is something I can't judge yet, because I haven't seen the rest of the story. Make sense? And yeah, there's certain... Well, so the problem is... Dark Souls... A lot of people think Dark Souls does this. That's actually not true. I hate to disagree with that. What Dark Souls does is Dark Souls has things where... Unless you're either keeping notes, have an encyclopedic mind, or go look it up on YouTube, what you're getting is this... I'm saying this wrong. Dark Souls lore is fully written in character. I think that's actually how I want to stress that. So you don't get the narrative linearly because you're not going through the story linearly. You're going through the story as your character is. And your character is learning the story as they're going through it, and only if they're bothering to read everything, talk to everyone, and see everything, right? So there's visual storytelling, there's item descriptions, and there's NPC interactions. That's the three big pillars of the Dark Souls storytelling method. But that's different, because Control is just giving you snippets of what is to come, but it is doing it in a way that, A, you can't avoid. This is, you can play Dark Souls and never have any idea what the plot is of that game. You can't avoid that in Control. And B is... Control is very clearly a story that is meant to be told to us, if that makes any sense. There's a distinct writing variance between something you're writing for the audience and something you're writing for the character. Both can get the information to the audience, but the method of transference is drastically different between the two. Oh yeah, speaking of which, got to enter mandatory suicide. Oh, it didn't work. Damn! God, I have a gun and I can't commit suicide? What is wrong with the world?
Crew feels a lot safer when you're around.
And apparently we're done here.
I should be going.
Right. You gotta lock down the lift.
I am, in fact, so right-handed, S-Diesel, that my left hand is actually atrophied. I have trouble functioning with my left hand. I've thought about taking exercises and reversing that because I know how to do that. I just haven't cared enough to bother. So I never have. Let's go with that. Still no level 2 mods for the gun. Wait. Nope, I'm right. Okay. So we need to talk to Emily and figure out where the break room is at some point. Yeah, I can write with my left hand very slowly, and it will not be super legible. It'll be there.
Itching for some real action.
Okay, Sir Mac. I was holding on to him just in case, but I mean, I'll trust you on this one, because... Boop, 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 boop. It looks like it's a pittance of source, too, which is just pathetic, but whatever. Honestly, I should probably go ahead and do that for my... So, the ones, anyways. Because we're already starting to see 2s for personal mods, which is funny. Hey, Polikas. Yes, we have met Ati, or Achti. I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce it. I have heard differing accounts. What qualifies one save file as not being problematic? Sure. So, other than Undertale, I'm not sure I could come up with an example of a game that limits you to one save file that is not a negative. Let me think about that for a minute. I've never reviewed Undertale, Act. So... yeah, even in Undertale's case, if we're being completely honest, it is still problematic. No, really. It is still an issue. There are still fundamental basic issues with being locked into a single save file, even in Undertale. It is within the realm of possibility that if we ever review Undertale, we may give that game a negative for locking you into one save file. And yeah, Celeste I know can have multiple saves because I've done that. I have a separate save for my 100% run. Undertale is certainly debatable. That is certainly one we can debate, because Undertale's an extremely unique case, since so much of that sits on the idea of your actions altering the world around you. Like, Undertale is literally a game about choices, and it wants you to live with those choices. But there are still basic technical problems with that approach. I should know, I've recorded that game. And anybody who's been paying attention to the behind the scenes during my director's notes of the Undertale Theater knows recording that game was a nightmare. I had to plan out the entire game in advance. The whole thing. And I had to do a lot of very specific things in very specific orders to make sure things lined up properly for the narrative. Because I couldn't just save, reload, and go back to a previous thing if I made any mistakes. If I made a mistake, I get to live with that. Because there's no, fixing the one save problem, right? Anyways, point being, Undertale is still problematic. Like, even in Undertale's case, I would still probably lean towards giving that game a negative for the single save file thing, if for nothing else for the technical problems that arises, right? The I want to play the game again problem, right? Like I said with Dragon Quest IX. And yeah, if we ever get there, Larian, what we might do is exactly that. A negative to gameplay for the single save file problems, and a positive to the fact that it changes how you play through the game. Now, Luneruth asks, a state of your online character in MMO, does that count as a single save? No. It's a very... So if we were to... Obviously, MMOs are a different animal. But if we were to translate that into me having an itch, like... You ever get an itch, like, right on your eyelid? I hate those. If we were to translate that to single character or single player thing, what that would be is each character in an MMO is effectively a different save. Which, by definition, effectively means that we now have multiple saves, right? And, again, the always online thing kind of bypasses the other problem, the Dark Souls problem. And even in that case, there's usually workarounds for that kind of thing in most MMOs, most good MMOs. So, he doesn't want to talk to me. Okay, that's cool. Yes, correct, Act. We're going to wipe the board clean. She never installed Deltarune on this computer. And we will go from 1 to 5. I suppose it's also worth noting, just to get into the technical side of things, in an MMO, in most good MMOs, I can speak to 3 personally that I've had interactions with this. If you have an issue with your character, like a save corruption or a lost item or whatever, you can petition and they can check the logs because they do character backups. And you can actually restore a backup, assuming the team is amenable, but the GM is amenable to that. And fix that. I think I found the merry-go-round. I thought it was 5 chapters. I could be wrong. You get the point. We will play through the whole game in one go.
This place makes me nauseous.
I can see why. That's just interesting looking.
An object of power.
And it will be mine.
Down here.
Oh, mine.
A carousel horse. Why is kid stuff always so creepy?
Context. Context is what horror is built from. So you take something that's supposed to be innocent and lighthearted and fun, and you just adjust the context slightly, and you automatically have horror. Oh, sorry, you didn't want an actual answer, did you? Oh, God, that's the evade button? Okay, that's not gonna... that is gonna kill my hands. So let's rebind that sucker. Are we using, C? Sure, let's swap that. Oh, no, that's not gonna work. Oh, I know what we'll set you to. 7. Step 7. There. 7. Why is 7 not working? Why is that not working? She's the one who said it, not me, Hazardous. Don't look at me. Why is that not working? Yeah, I just got evasion, by the way. Why is that not working? Why is it ignoring my mouse? I was going to bind it to my mouse, and it's just, no, it's not there. It's ignoring all of my mouse. That's cool. Okay. Alright. I have not been intentionally avoiding it. I just had no idea where it was. I do not like the map in this game. I feel very turned around about half the time. It's a really common trope to allow... It's more good than bad is how I'm thinking of that Jesse's Mask. Because in my opinion, too many... You know how there's long stretches of nothing in a lot of games? The talking to themselves trope is designed, especially from a video game perspective, is specifically there to fill some of that nothing with something. And so, like I said, I'm kind of more for that than I am against it. Depends on how well they do it, of course. Depends on the writing, depends on the directing, voice acting, but, you know. Okay, I don't know what to bind this to. Let me think about this. Yeah, Witcher 3 is actually legitimately what I was just thinking about for a good example of someone who talks to himself, and it works. Specifically 3. Shift is a little bit too out of the way. I know it's a dumb complaint, but my keyboard, the reason I want this off control is to hit control, I would have to do this. Control is way down here, way in the corner. So I usually make control stuff that I rarely use, you know? I guess I could put control to crouch, because I rarely crouch here, and just switch that around. Let's try that. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. It's a really good keyboard, except for hitting control while doing other things. It's honestly one of its only flaws. Usually I can just bind around it, and I'm just weirded out that I can't here. Okay, so that's not going to work at all. Let's do this. Let's put that to C, and let's put that to F. There we go. That's right on my forefinger, right there. I actually have rather large hands von Falkenstein, but thank you for asking. In fact, I have such large hands that it's been problematic. One of the reasons I like the mouse that I'm using is because it is huge. And that fits someone who has very large hands like me. It doesn't mean anything. It just means the problem is not the fact that I have short hands. Or small hands. Actually, that is exactly what it means. I have a large ring size, which is extremely frustrating, to say the least. Finding rings that fit me either means getting lucky, or, you know, or getting them custom-sized, which is the more likely result.
Let's see the hiss keep up with me now.
Okay, so how do I get out of here? I don't. Cool. Yep, the only reason I didn't get married is I found the woman of my dreams, and she was like, I'm sorry, I can't get a ring on your finger. And I was like, it's okay. I accept. This is a little... Okay, that's a little painful. Okay, so... Yeah, no, I thought so. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me, Sierra Mac. I don't see a problem here. You know, my chat's still a little buggy. I'm going to reboot it really quick. I should have done it during the break, but honestly, I spent the entire break debating the game. Oh, sorry, I never actually kind of finished my point, did I? About why I'm not giving a plus to the intro. You're probably thinking, hold on, Laura. Usually if you don't give a plus to the intro, you give a negative to the intro. And you're right. The thing is, this ties back into what Hasdus was saying earlier. Whoops, not that I'm going the wrong way. The game does a serviceable job of getting you into what you're getting into, right? Like, this is... Jesus, Carolinas. Right? Like, it does enough of a job that I think it is not a negative, if that makes any kind of sense. And the gameplay axis, it is a fairly bog standard, you know, tutorial. Here's enemies. I have apparently rebound shoot. Shoot. Thank you. And it's weird. I don't want to say the word nonsensical because that's not actually accurate. But you know what I mean. It's weird. In fact, during the lunch break, I was actually talking with my mother about this game because I was trying to get a hold on it. And she said, you know, that sounds a lot like Twin Peaks. I was like, you know what? Yeah, no, that tracks. Anybody ever seen Twin Peaks? Now, it should not surprise you, I can't stand Twin Peaks. No offense intended to anybody who likes it, of course. I shouldn't even have to say that. I'm just saying that to be thorough. But, like, anybody who likes giant mold... No, I'm kidding. Anybody who likes Twin Peaks is insane and evil! There you go, there you go. I can't stand Twin Peaks. I actually tried to watch it, because my mother likes Twin Peaks. And I specifically say Twin Peaks, and she and I agreed on this point, because... Again, Twilight Zone isn't quite this. As we were talking about earlier, this isn't really the Twilight Zone vibe. Twilight Zone was all about examining aspects of people, psychology, society from a science fiction slash fantasy twist, usually in a way that's clever or tries to work around the issue to explain it, right? This is, not that. And that's fine. Again, this is not a negative thing. I keep saying that. I need to stop saying that. This game sucks in every way. There we go. There we go. Got that out of my system. Got that out of my system. Whew, okay. We're okay. Now I can talk about how this game sucks. And I'll kill myself just for you. Ugh, there we go. Oh wow, it didn't kill me. Holy crap. I'm actually a little surprised by that. I will admit, on the gameplay axis, there is a bit of a dissonance between the visual distinction, which is something I'm really big on in terms of game design. Because on the one hand, I can usually tell exactly what I'm doing and exactly how I need to do it, usually in combat. That's good. On the other hand, and that's not good. Go ahead and get shield barrage. And that was Q, right? Yep. As anybody who has ever worked with a shield will tell you, a shield is a wonderful weapon. No, I'm going to leave the cheats off, Chemic, because I very much want to judge the game as is for as long as I possibly can. Yeah, exactly, Rex. As much as there is the layout of the stages is good, but it is a little samey, especially in terms of its color palette, and there are several sections where I'm like, hang on, which direction did I come into this room from? There's also a lot of symmetry to a lot of rooms, which I feel is on purpose, probably for a narrative reason, but nevertheless makes me think, wait. And yeah, several times I've used signs and those little indicators there to be like, okay, that's the way I want to go. You know? So I'm kind of building myself up to literally a plus and a negative for visual distinction so far. Plus for the little tips and details they do mostly in combat to make things work. Negative for the fact that it's samey, right? In fact, I'm just going to jot that down as a potential right now. No, that's why I'm just jotting it down to make sure I don't forget. Let's see here, Mike. This is why we don't front load positives and negatives in most games. Why it took me 5 hours to even add pluses for this game so far, because I want to chew on stuff a bit. Unless the game's like 3 hours long, in which case, then we're playing Mega Man 5. One of the best games ever. Anyways, visual distinction, question mark. Question mark. Yes, Ect. So you may or may not have noticed, but we have certain blocks. Like we have an FF14 block coming up. The Quest for Glories is a block. The Kingdom Hearts are a block. The Zeldas are a block. The Metroids are a block. So if you donate towards a block, then you donate towards a block. And yeah, the Tomasi fight is definitely a when it comes to the difficulty curve. I'm leaving that in a question mark because I want to judge the whole difficulty curve. But I have to admit, that's a hell of a...
You mean like in person?
what do you call it? A difficulty spike. It's just, like CR Mike just said, it's like, that's not the word I want those. It's a wake-up call boss is what I think that's usually referred to as. Which can be a good or a bad thing, depending on how it's applied. To use an example, in Dragon Quest VIII, there's a boss, I'm not going to name who it is, about a third of the way through the game, which is just out of absolutely nowhere, where the entire game has been relatively easy up to that point. That's not great in terms of design, and if we ever review Dragon Quest VIII, that fight will probably get a negative, specifically for the fact that it's such a out of absolutely nowhere. We'll debate it, though, as usual.
She's trying to get us killed.
All right, now to kill my own... Oh, right. I'm trying to be a good director. Gotta think like a janitor. And yeah, actually, that's a good example. In Dark Souls, the first boss is a wake-up call. Some people say that the duo, whose names I don't remember right now, but you know, the big guy and little guy, are also a wake-up call boss. I'm 90% certain that she's talking to the player, Larian. We'll see. Possible Jesse's Mask. I actually haven't played that far in the 3DS version. We'll see. Ornstein and Smog, thank you. Or Smaug, sorry.
Jesse, you made it. And you lifted the internal lockdown.
Let's talk, Emily.
Yes, of course.
Listen, Emily.
Screw it. Just tell her.
I haven't been completely honest. I have a younger brother, Dylan. When we were kids, we found an old slide projector in Ordinary's landfill. The slides created doorways to other places. Bad things happened. Came through.
That's all she gets. The rest stays locked inside.
But we found help. Through one of the doorways, we met something. A being.
A being? What kind of being?
It's hard to describe, but she helped us.
Oh.
We managed to turn the projector off. The bad things that came through the doorways were gone. After that, your people came. Tried to grab us. I ran away. They got Dylan.
I left him behind. Bureau agents took your brother?
Yes. You covered it up. No one believed me. I just want to find Dylan. I've been looking for him ever since.
What happened to the slide projector? It sounds like another object of power.
I thought you took it. The Bureau. Along with Dylan.
I've never heard of it. But around here, assume everything's classified. You know, I looked into the ordinary AWE case files after you mentioned it. Trench and Darling were both involved. A large area of the containment sector was reserved for it. The case hasn't been active for a long time. I have no idea if anything's still there. Can you tell me more about this being you found?
Let's hope you two get along.
She's been with me ever since Ordinary. In my head. She led me to you. I call her Polaris.
As in, a guiding star. Did Polaris know about the hiss? If she got you in here in spite of the lockdown, she's very powerful. Which may help explain your test results. Your readings are incredible, Jesse. Now, cross-referencing them with the database, I found 2 matches in Darling's old classified files. Unfortunately, I can't access them beyond the file codes, but one was P6, referring to a prime candidate for a potential future bureau director. This was logged years ago.
Dylan. Is that Dylan?
The other match is on something called Hedron, which must be connected to these Hedron resonance amplifiers somehow. All I know is that Marshall went to the research sector to secure the HRA production after the hiss first attacked.
So, Marshall seems like our best lead on Dylan.
I need to go after her. How can I get to the research sector?
Use my keycard. The sector elevator will take you there.
Marshall is the next step. What Emily told me about Ordinary, my powers being connected to things in the Bureau's past, I am so close to something. Do you feel it? Something's coming.
We take turns to come for a visit. I helped you. You owe me now. And when time comes, I will come calling.
Go take your vacation. Gotta kill everything in this sector. I think it's not quite either trihexia. I think this is a membrane. Which I think is the wrong terminology, so forgive me. Egg. Oh, jeez. This is a really common thing in fiction. Places where the barriers between dimensions are weaker. I think that's what the house actually is. And what we are seeing... Someone mentioned earlier Half-Life vibes. I actually agree completely. I think that we happen to be on the board that other people are playing. If that analogy makes any kind of sense. Major expenditure staffing, surveilling. Data center initiatives, constructions, minor, office equipment, janitorial costs, mold removal, HQ, living costs for cost breakdown, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, like Zen in Half-Life. Again, you get it. I hate to keep comparing this game to Half-Life, but I actually like Half-Life, so what the hell do you want from me? There's a game I want to review someday. Half-Life 2, specifically. We've kind of reviewed Half-Life 1, because we reviewed the Black Mesa mod. Which is funny, because it got an update later on which solved some of those issues I had with it, but, you know, whatever. Ah! Damn it. I just want to destroy this office. I want everything in this office to be broken down to composite molecules. Oh, I think you're right. Is Black Mesa before the Oblivion line? I'm honestly not sure. I don't remember off the top of my head. And in fairness, a review of Half-Life would be different than a review of Black Mesa, even if it isn't, because several things are very different, most notably Zen. Listen, I know you can't control building shifts, but the executive level restroom has been missing for weeks now. I worked my ass off in the Islamabad. No, that's what that says. Islamabad station for 3 years. I've earned the right to a nice workplace crap station. If you can't bring it back, at least find out where it went. Hold up. Hold up. I saw that. We got a new hotline. There. Merry-go-round horse. A fiberglass horse once used as a seat for a merry-go-round ride. The pole is still connected to the object. The object is capable of moving short distances at high speeds. This can be quite dangerous when is in its path. The object is currently bound by The object was discovered at the site of an abandoned amusement park. Local people... I don't know why that's blacked out. I feel like some of these redacted things are random. Reported that the rides would move on their own and they would be chased out. When the rumors reached the Bureau, see American Overnight Episode 235, agents were dispatched to investigate. 3 local people were found dead at the scene. The object attacked. Formula C.5. Yada, yada, yada. Thank you very much, Cookie Dude. Always appreciate. And if I'm not mistaken, yep, that is a 2-year one. First of all, welcome to the 2-year club. And I will put that 2-year anniversary sub towards Xenogears. Give me one moment, please. Thank you very, very much, as ever, and as always. That is a good question, Kira White Noise. Admittedly, I don't think I have enough information. Obviously, I shouldn't even speculate about this game because I was super certain that she was talking to the player until it was revealed that she's talking to Polaris instead. So I'm an idiot. Unless Polaris is the player, in which case, meta. I mean, this is the Alan Wake team, so, you know, possible. Oh, I already came this way. Okay. I mean, I kind of think the same thing in real life, redacted rules, to be completely honest, Hazardous, but that's really just another boring, what do you call it, procedural discussion, which honestly we probably don't need to have. Now that's how you redact a document. A shark in his, although secure, permission to follow in basic protocol. Shoot to kill. Good luck! That's funny. Oh, The oldest house imposes certain limitations on our Bureau, but by far the most restrictive is the inability to use certain technological instruments. The oldest house does not allow devices that receive or emit any signal. Radio waves are the only transmittable signals in the oldest house, and even those are often unreliable. If the power of collective unconsciousness is taken into account, we're actually playing a Persona game! For real? Sorry. It could be that certain pieces of technology are too new in cultural subconscious for the oldest house to be able to manifest them. Similarly, these items have not been known to become receptacles for altered status. Technology may be moving at a too fast a pace for the manifestation to occur. Modern technology tends to disappear and break here, sometimes quite violently. Agents have been injured by cell phones exploding in their pockets while entering the oldest house. I know, right, Trax? Let's see, I just have to read... Oh. To shreds, you say. Sorry. Still can't go here. I have crap clearance level. Sorry. I mean, I'm just saying, I know the lore of the Persona series. There's collective subconscious is not exactly a new thing. Anyways, as you should all know by now, the R4 reports are still due by the end of the week. We're still waiting on them from a number of people, and if you need an extension, please request the R4E from your supervisor. If you think you're exempt from filing R4, you need to get written permission from your department chief saying so. Remember, R4s are mandatory under Section 75.2 of the Employee Manual. If your R4 requires interdepartmental claims, then please contact the appropriate department head as needed. They'll be busy on Thursday and their annual policy review, so please schedule accordingly. Yeah, I can't audibly do I have my... I do have my thing here. Of course, I don't have any actual Persona 5 music here. I just have remixed Persona 5 music, and that's kind of a different thing. But, sorry. Okay, so don't want to get copyrighted. Let's get on. Moving on. No, Dr. Winter, it's perfectly normal. What? No, I don't even know why I'm being sarcastic there. Yes! That's Twitch right there. You see that? That is Twitch chat right as of this very moment. I kept waiting for it to fall. Oops. I mean, there's a certain appropriateness to this kind of messing up because I'm playing Control, right? I mean, surely you've noticed that weird things happen in real life relative to the game I'm streaming in real life. I'm not saying that I secretly have the ability to affect reality or anything. I'm just saying if I did, I'd be really pissed because I need to know how to actually use that rather than it just randomly happening out of my control. That's terrible. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Potts, I regret to inform you your son Graham Potts was killed in active duty this last week. While the details surrounding his death are classified, I am honored to tell you he died in service of his country. You can be proud of his courage in the face of danger and his commitment to protecting our nation against her enemies. He will be remembered by his comrades and colleagues. I sincerely regret the pain this message will bring you. Take some solace in knowing that he died being eaten by a shark, which was being manifested by a pixie dust, which was trying to... Didn't I break this? Okay, that's actually kind of impressive. It would, Hazardous. Every time I play a game that's good, it goes on sale. You notice Mega Man X7 didn't go on sale. Wow, this is some shoddy construction work. When I take over this... Wait, I'm already in charge, aren't I? Shoot. Okay. Yeah, we need to remember that name. Remember Potts. Graham Potts. Die! God damn you. God damn your stupid soul. Ah! Oh, God, that is so cathartic. One second. One more. That is a balm right there. Well, once I take charge, Von Falkenstein, and I'm gonna kill S. Diesel. So, ladies and gentlemen of the Treasury, we require some new funding to replace the unforeseen and unavoidable damages. No possibility of reclamation or avoidance. Interesting. They're amplifiers. The corpses are generating the whispers. And this is a resonant being. Beings. fungus. Listen, you can't hear it anymore. No, excuse me, you can barely hear it. See? Huh. I think I've actually been doing the right thing in getting rid of the corpses. I don't think it affects anything in gameplay, but... yeah. As of this moment, no, Lunarum.
That safe room. I was suffocating in
I
there.
can guess,
Oxygen's pumped into the
but I don't know.
rooms. There was never any risk of suffocating.
Hey, I know what I felt. They're too small. Executive staff should get bigger safe rooms.
Hang on, let me pick you up and fling you... oh, sorry. Because she's a good director, Trihexia. Also, she's much more powerful than anyone else here, so, you know. You send your heavy to the front lines, you know. Alright, where am I going? Where am I going? I guess we're going back to NSC whatchafig. Right after we get more shield abilities. I want all the shield abilities. All of them. Someone remember the number 10 for me. Wait, what room? What
A
room?
lot of these questions could be answered by a
Also, I don't have level 3 clearance right now. I only have level 2, I'm pretty sure.
I'll put in the request with Pope.
I have 4? Alright, where's this room you're talking about? Because I don't know what you're talking about at that point. Because there is a room up here which I couldn't open, which I tried. And I thought that was a 4. That's not there. Yeah, right here. This is a 4. Which I do not have. So I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I tried this earlier. So, we probably have 3. We definitely don't have 4. So we just know our ceiling.
Help your friends by not worrying. Worry?
Alright, what we got here? Let's use the waypoint system here. As all waypoint systems should be used. There's that frickin' fungus again. Eliminate key his targets. Huh? Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? Grab it. Just it's a level 3. Just grab it. That's not it. That's it. Bring it! Okay, I didn't actually want you to bring it. I take it back! Oh god, I'm out of it. Oh god, I can't move. Well, this is death. Yep. I had nowhere to retreat to, and I didn't think they'd keep coming, honestly. Hang on, Sierra Mike. Give me a minute, give me a minute. Let me die first. Just give me a moment. Let's move forwards a little bit so we can evoke our enemies, or we have a place to retreat to. That's the first time I've seen a healer hiss, but I am blind, dumb, and stupid, as I've said many times. Oh, speaking of which, did that count? It did. What do you know? Eh. Around? No, okay. Listen, you know me, Chemic. Necromancy's kind of my bag, you know. Gotta get rid of the whispers. Now, what would be an interesting gameplay mechanic is if, you know the ones around the place where the people are holed up, if you get rid of those, and it saves them, but if you don't, later on, they become overrun with the hiss because they've been listening to the whispers. Listen, Sierra Mike, I was taught to aim for the largest center of mass, alright? No, I was going for that. Well, the name doesn't seem to want to show up again, so... hold up. I guess we're done with the older one? Alright, whatever. Like I said, Plutonia, largest center of mass. Alright, so let's see. Okay, board office. In the board office. It's a hallway. There's no hallway. You lied to me, Sierra Mike. But there is loot, so I'll forgive you. Just once. So you probably mean outside the board office. 10 o'clock would be right about over here. God, it's dark. I'm tempted to turn the brightness up. In fact, I'm so tempted to turn the brightness up, I'm just going to do it. There we go. That didn't help. That looks awful. Wow. This... Okay. Let me explain myself before you think I'm stupid. Where is 10 o'clock from this position? Over there. So I was going towards 10 o'clock. Back to the board office at about 10 o'clock. Yeah, I think that's a filter. I don't think that's actually increasing the brightness. So we're going to turn that back. That looks terrible. There, right about there. We do have everything cranked absolutely to max, but God, yeah, that looks better. All right, anyway, so 10 o'clock is way over there. Way over here. All right, we do in fact have 3. Proof positive. Positive. We just got hired today, Trihexia. Nobody's cleared us yet. As I joked about earlier, this kind of thing happens in real life and usually takes a whole lot longer than a few hours to resolve. Although, in fairness, we're resolving it by taking the clearance passes from other people who are dead. So, you know, the Half-Life approach. Initial encounters with the entity known as the Hiss... There's no T there, Lore. Have revealed various behavioral facts. Most notably, the Hiss is able to invade or corrupt control points, altered items, and even humans, radically changing their behavior. Curiously, any person wearing one of the wearable HRA devices that Dr. Darling has been distributing over the past few weeks was not affected by this corruption. The only no exception is the new director, Jessie Faden, who possesses an inherent immunity to the Hiss. This could indicate that she has already been corrupted, but I feel like I've already read that. Probably because that's not this thing, it's this thing. Jesus Christ, game. The America Overnight program has operated successfully for over years. Originally designed to assist in providing disinformation to the naturally skeptical population of America, it has additionally led to the discovery of numerous AWEs and alter materials by allowing civilians to call in and report their experiences with the paranatural, excuse me. In fact, America Overnight alerted the Bureau of in its first year of operation alone. In this report, the investigations sector have cataloged and categorized each episode of the America Overnight that have resulted in successful Bureau investigation in order to help AW occurrence analysis. The more results of Night Springs have also been cataloged in a separate report. Don't let mold hitch a ride. Is that a stapler or an altered item? Don't take office equipment outside the building. Perform daily body checks for foreign plant matter. I wouldn't want to work here, I don't think. Oh no, I agree on both points, Chemic. It definitely looks... I want to say deco, but I feel like that's the wrong art period. And it is kind of a, well, honestly, a risky thing to do. I'm not sure if they should have or not, but it was certainly a bold choice. It's one of those weird things. I've often said that just because something is deliberate doesn't make it not bad. But there's a bit of a gray area there, too. And I'm struggling with a lot of it, because a lot of this game feels deliberate. It just doesn't feel super good. You know? And so I'm just kind of like... Oh yeah, let's turn that in really quick. Yay, junk. Still don't have Pierce. I have 2 quests that I could use Pierce, but you know, whatever. I also don't have Spin yet, although I think I can get Spin. Speaking of which. No. Huh? There we go. Spin! I can get Spin. Let's go and get Spin. Let's see what Spin's like. Admittedly, this is not what I think of when I think of Brutalism, which means I'm probably just wrong. Okay, and I need to kill what with this? Kill Hiss in Executive Sector. There's nothing in the... with Spin. Yeah, I was going to say, this is probably our machine gun. Call it a random guess. Yeah, usually when I think of brutalism, I think of harsh geometric, my lord, harsh geometric lines, like lots of slopes and angles, you know? And yeah, lots of concrete, obviously. Again, I am probably wrong about that. I probably just have the wrong thing in my head for that. Stop serving as a booster. Yeah, we might stick with spin. I usually am good with spread. Excuse me. Thank you. Listen, times are tough, budget setbacks, quarterly reports. These people don't have seniority, okay? Hey, Evo. How's today going for you? Spin grouping efficiency. Hold up. What? Increase accuracy. Yeah, sure. I'll go with that. So anyways, Alright, so. Track this. Okay, track. Yep, there we go. Okay. Nose itch. Yeah, I need to figure out where the research sector is. I have an idea, one idea of where it is. Probably wrong. And once we're done with that, we'll hit the wrong button. Very important. Gotta see that RNG. Yep. So, okay. Let's go ahead and go here. That's not what I was thinking of at all, Innocence. I know what hostile architecture is, and that's just awful and evil and horrible and needs to die. This is as far down as I can go. There's no scrolling down. But I have a horrible, terrible, no good, very bad idea. Research. Hey! My idea was actually worth a damn. That's the first time in my life I've had a good idea. Yeah, no, hostile architecture is evil. I really don't have a better way to say that. I want you to really think about the mindset that goes into, let's spend time, effort, money, and work. I guess you could eject word. Time, money, and effort on ensuring that homeless people don't have a place to rest. Really think about that sentence for a second.
Welcome to the research sector of the Federal Bureau of Control. I'm Dr. Casper Darling, head of research. Somebody thought this video would make for great internal communications. I'm looking at you, Mr. Tomasi. So, this is where the magic happens. Anyway, I've been here for 24 years now. I've always been here. And through those years, we've made astonishing discoveries. Authored studies of grave importance, and in all this work, there is one thing we know, and that's how little we truly know. Rest assured, we're committed to keep pushing the known laws and borders of reality, and to make the Bureau proud. So, welcome. Assuming you have the necessary clearance, and do follow the safety protocols. Read the manual. Otherwise, bad things will happen.
So that's definitely not him. What's the name of the guy who was Max Payne and Max Payne 1? You already mentioned earlier. The director. Like, the main dude. I was trying to look up his name, and I couldn't find his name just now. Yeah, no kidding, Evo. No. In real life. In real life. Sam Lake? That sounds right. Yep, that's him. Yep, no, I reckon... I see his face and I see Max Payne immediately. Alright, I probably shouldn't look this up. I'm just curious what role he plays in this game. Because he's gotta. He always plays a role in his games.
I'm Dr. Casper Darling, head of research. Somebody thought this video...
And that's not him. That doesn't even look close to him.
This is where the magic happens.
I'm trying to spot him, basically. One of my employees here. There we go. Get my own hostile architecture going on. Okay. Alright. Let's get something big. Oh, that didn't work out. Oh, it did, actually. It got him. Worthwhile endeavor. Something else big? Nope. Will do. Snipers. Like you do. That's debatable, Kimmick. But no, probably. Like, hostile architecture is really obvious. There's not really a debate when it comes to what is hostile architecture, generally speaking. Well, that's death. Doo-doo. What am I using? What's the best GPU out there right now, Fringe Philosopher? Yeah, no, that was a good grenade toss. Props. That's right, the 3090. I am using the 3080. Because I'm not that insane. The 3090 is not worth it. At all. The 3080 is. And that's what I'm using. I was hoping they would respawn. I don't remember off the top of my head if it's a TI or not. Hello. Well, even ignoring the markup and the scalpers, the truth is that even if you got it at market cost, 3090, I mean, it's a very minor performance increase. So anybody who knows anything about hardware knows that at a certain point, you start paying more for less. There's a very strong diminishing returns when it comes to cost and pound for your buck when it comes to hardware. And the 3090 was substantially more expensive for a very small boost. And again, that's true just in general. That's a good idea, Hazardous. That way, everyone will be on our side. Listen, we, the giant major conglomerate of evil and doom, care about you. And whatever it is you care about this week. Hip firing seems to have the same general accuracy as my, well, I hesitate to call it iron sights, but you get the idea. Ow! Okay, that's very cool. Yeah, that's what I figured. Health. Well, I do have a nuclear submarine, French philosopher. So, I mean, it is possible for my computer to be better than it currently is. Not by much. Now, normally I wouldn't bother, but this is my job, and I wanted to leapfrog a little bit in technology. I don't want to upgrade my computer for a few years. I forget what Ryzen I have. The 5900, I think? Something like that. Whatever the one is that just came out last year. That's really nice. 5950, I want to say. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, I've died a few times. I mean, I'm just saying. And Diddy. I could improve. It is possible to have a better machine than I have. It would get ludicrously expensive. My current rig is something around $3,000 to $4,000. I would have to hit the $10,000 range to improve it. Again, diminishing returns. There is a certain point at which it stops really being worth it. Neon, Ect. And for the same basic reason. I mean, I could get two 3080s. They are SLA capable. That would be madness. But I could do that. I could try to get a hold of some 3090s and SLI those together. That's not happening. Hey, DirectD. I am enjoying myself so far. I'm not going in there. I am enjoying myself for the most part. I know the positives don't showcase that all that well. Part of the problem of this game... Oh, it's less than that, Plutonia. It's been getting worse. At least as of last year, which is when I did most of the research for this upgrade. A lot of the game... I feel like I just said this with a hat in time. A lot of the game is more absence of negatives than presence of positives so far. I keep saying the words, it's fine, it's just not great. And, I mean, that really does describe a lot of this game. It's fine. It's just not super great. I would, Loner. If, as of this moment in time, yeah, I would absolutely wait. Last year was a much better time to jump into that, and I got incredibly lucky to get a hold of both the 5950 and the 3080. Yeah, exactly, Directed. There's a lot of wash going on, which is good. It is much better than it could be. This game could be very negative. Hi, Carla. Does it strike you as odd that Darling insists on having us appear in those bizarre videos of his? I mean, we just stand there. He doesn't even give us any lines or anything. Oh, don't get me wrong. It beats a day in the lab. Plus, it's always great to work with you. Oh, yeah, I finished the comparative analysis of the 2 Blackrock samples you sent. The Prism, or whatever you called it, I filed it in the usual place under C for Carla. Handy mnemonic device, right? Anyways, let me know if there's anything you want to discuss about the data. I'll gladly explain. Please go out with me. I'm so lonely. All the best, Hubert. But yeah, if I was going to do a computer upgrade thing now, I probably would wait. For who among us has touched the foundations of this world and deemed them solid? Not me. Not that I've done that. That's a concrete table. That I'm just... Or marble, excuse me, marble. It's not as bad. So has anybody ever worked at a place that has a cafeteria like this? No reason. Just wondering. Anyways. Stop being a transmitter. Or amplifier is actually probably a better word for that. Yeah, no, the destructive physics are actually pretty legit in this game. I really feel like a decent amount of the gameplay time and budget was spent on the destructive physics. Did I already go on this one? I think I did. Let me double check. Double checking. You're the one. We didn't, because there's a loot in here. Just for Nero's ass. It's not even here right now. We'll get the Astral blip. Possible AWE, in which an unnamed individual experienced a transcorporeality via phone line. Event is nobly similar to AWE, which event is believed to have been caused by and as a result, the following measures have been taken to prevent Very informative. Okay, who's shooting me? Why are you in a wheelchair? Oh no, it actually mentioned they could be in wheelchairs. Destroying things is fun. As it always should be. Don't worry. This giant chunk of concrete is set to stun. Come on out. Hey, no watching. I think this is Portal. No kidding, Blackwell. Nope. Nope. No signal boosting. Synchronicity is a phenomena long recognized by the wise, but only recently given a name by science. It is how we rationalize events connected by no identifiable causality, yet clearly conjoined in purpose. How does a dream foretell an event in the physical plane? Why do hounds bail at the death of their master, which has occurred miles away? The world is unified in ways we do not yet understand, and sometimes we stumble across these invisible, unseen chords and wonder at the result. The visionary Carl Jung laid the road, and now we must walk it. My fledgling research department will make it our mission to behaviorally reliably reproduce behavior by the close of 1959. Once done, the mechanics of synchronicity will lay themselves bare in due time. We are striding into the future of science. History may not remember our names, but God himself will. Careful. I have old Doctor Who episodes, and I'm not afraid to use them. See, that's like a two-layer joke. No one's going to get that one, which is the only reason I've been commenting on it. I always feel stupid when I make a two-layer joke. Because I always think, nobody's going to get this. Speaking of, last time I came up here, there was a death ambush. But there isn't one now. Oh well, fling. Nobody's going to need that anymore. I mean, even a two-layer joke is kind of...
Possibly changing labyrinth. Can never pass through.
Okay, hang on. That's... Whoa! Darling.
I've been fielding questions recently regarding HRAs. What are they for? Do you always need to wear them? And what's the deal with the Hedron resonance anyway? Fuck. Despite what you may have heard, HRAs are not monitoring devices. We're not tracking your movements or listening to your conversations.
We probably are, just not through these.
We do that regardless whether or not you're wearing an HRA. Think of them as a life preserver. Only instead of water, the thing HRAs protect you from is classified. One day that classified, not water, might pour in, and you'll be glad you got an HRA keeping you afloat.
They were.
And if you don't have an HRA, don't worry. It'll be quick and painless. Kidding. I'm kidding.
It'll be much worse than that. It'll be so much worse. What do you got for me, Trench? What's the new thing? Ashtray maze.
I'm averse to using objects of power. I don't want to lean on things I ultimately can't trust. But the ashtray and the cigarette, smoking there forever, have their uses. The ashtray maze they conjure is an impossibly changing labyrinth that no one but the binder, and those the binder invites, can ever pass through. The things we hid in dimensional research, the things Darling studies, the danger and the risk involved, call for every measure of security and protection I could bring to the table. The maze, hands down, is our strongest lock. I gave Darling and his chosen crew license to pass through the maze. Lately, I've started to think I should revoke that license.
So that explains something I've actually been wondering in the back of my mind, which is a really stupid thing to wonder about, but he's always smoking, right? Well, yeah, because he's got the thing on him. Also, his sniper, Bureau snipers, specializing in eliminating threats from a distance, using telltale searchlights affixed to their rifles to search for targets. His snipers are no less lethal. Their corruption has not changed their tactics. They clearly prefer to maintain a good distance from their target, waiting in elevated positions for a clear shot. Care should be taken in open spaces. Check the balconies. I should note the rifles are equipped with a bayonet for close quarters combat, and his snipers are well aware of how to use it.
Dimensional research. Every measure of security.
Let me pull up the map here. Oh yeah, that's helpful. Okay. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. Yep. No, this is joy. And by joy, I mean, oh god, we're gone forever. We are never making it out of here. Or it's just showing us the door right now. That's interesting. Huh. Okay. You know what? I'll accept that. Sorry for bothering you. Statement made clear. Do not go here yet. That was, and I mean that sincerely, that was a very clear design choice by the level design to, by the game designers to say, no, leave. Okay, well, that wasn't helpful. What's this way? Ah, that's the HRA video.
Questions recently regarding HRS. What are they for?
Dr. Darling insists that certain objects of power share a direct connection to the an entity or group of entities that we have little information on, or little that I'm allowed to access. In his written reports, he states there is a clear link between these objects of power, the astral plane, and the oldest house itself. His work supposes these links are innate, a fact ingrained in the very of objects, such as the hotline or the service weapon. What if these particular objects were never linked to the but had that connection forced upon them? Isn't it strange that no other objects of power require such direct contact with the Isn't it strange that using the service weapon or the hotline will result in grievous harm, or even death, if the user is not the director, or at least worthy of the role? Why do we assume this involvement by the is a natural fact, and not something more
Do you always need to wear them? And what's the deal with the headroom resonance anyway?
Resonance. It's there, but we can't see it. It vibrates around us, through us, and from us. But what if the vibration is conscious? What could a force like that do? Opened the door to a I've called The emits a force that is far beyond the forces we've previously dealt with. It has shown me so much I have to wonder. It has shown me so much that I have to wonder. Is resonance the key element in all shared alter... God dang it, I can't... I'm reading too quickly, sorry. Is resonance the key element in all altered phenomenon? AWEs, altered items, object powers, do they share a common that we've yet to discover? We can harmonize control points. What else would the correct frequency allow us to achieve? What if resonance has been the answer the whole time? Dear Dr. Darling, I suspect my colleague, Dr. Harrington, has already contacted you asking for an increase in her department's budget. I'm not surprised. Parapsychology has always been the squeaky wheel, all fuss, no results. Parakinesiology has always been the stronger department, more breakthroughs, tangible data, research. I'm sure a man of your esteem can plainly see which department is more deserving of the budget increase. Just think what those additional resources could do for an already formidable research team. Anyway, I know you're a fan of single malt, so I left a bottle of well-aged brown on your desk. Yours in admiration, Dr. Lewis. He apparently has a thing with,
Despite what you may have heard, HRAs are not vital devices. We're not tracking your movements.
He definitely has a thing for that.
Listening to your conversations while you're wearing...
The Bureau has spent years studying why objects of power transport users into the astral plane when touched. My predecessor, Dr. Ash, theorized that a potential receptacle, determined by Jungian archetypes and collective subconscious, would be inhabited by paranatural energies when an AWE occurs in its vicinity, creating the altered item. Over time, the link was created by the and the astral plane to that item, making it an object of power. So many additional theories have been raised since Dr. Ash's time. Objects of power were placed on Earth as tests by some astral entity. Our dimension was once part of the astral plane, and the objects were left behind as its borders receded. The astral plane was an early threshold into the oldest house, but the connection was severed, and now the two are linked solely through the object of power. I will attempt to disprove some of these to thin the herd. Hopefully the truth will emerge. The truth never emerged. Sorry, spoilers. Actually, I shouldn't say that, but this doesn't feel like a game that's going to give me any answers. You know?
Think of them as a life preserver. Well,
okay. That... Anyways, someone clean this up, please. I didn't mean to make a mess, really, but at the same time, I'm wondering. Yep, nope, I can hit the... Yep. Someone clean that up, too. I'm afraid that, I can't do a Morgan Freeman voice. It's just not possible for me. I'm not that awesome. Hey! So I was wondering about the plants and research. Is it really necessary to sing to them? I mean, the janitor has a nice voice, and the plants seem to like it. Can you switch it up a bit? I'm a bit tired of the tango. Where do these plants even come from? No one remembers where they were planted. And people like them a little bit too much, if you ask me. Are we being invaded by houseplants? Worth looking into. Dr. Lewis. Way too slow on that. Listen, I always want the answers. Always. The immaterial will become immaterial. Where the hell am I going? This way. This way somehow. Got it. Yeah, I've already noticed the encounters are a little respawny, which is an interesting choice. Not sure if I agree with, but, you know, we'll see how boring it gets by the end of the game. Yeah, I guess we'll go through parapsychology, because we opened this up earlier. And...
She's in trouble. I need to reach her.
Sure, this looks like the way to go. You mean other than the fact that I can't, Larian? I'm at full health. I can totally make that jump. Hang on, hang on. That's just... okay. It's apparently just a Tuesday around here. Okay, so we've got a couple of fun boys. There. Let's try and get a few of those. I don't get to go into cover. Never use cover against a telekineticist. Pro tip. Not that I would know. Okay, I'm not even sure what happened there, but it hurt. Damn it. I think I had one person left, too. Where the hell is... Oh my god, way back here? Really? Let the doors at least unlock. No. Don't know if this actually changes anything, but definitely gets rid of the whispers. Worthy cause if e'er there were one. So, something's happening periodically where I automatically re-grab something when I'm not trying to. I'm not 100% sure what's causing that. But that's the first time it's actually gotten me killed, because I was trying to put up the shield and I couldn't because I was holding a thing. Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Hello, 911. What's your emergency? Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you, ma'am. Where are you? I'm inside the wires. I'm lost. Ma'am, you been drinking tonight? I feel like I'm stretched through the wire towards you. Don't hang up. I might go if you hang up. Go away. There, ma'am. Go, gone away. Can you describe your surroundings? Ma'am? Hello? No, dispatcher attempted to call number back, but it was no longer in service. Yeah, that's me when Elden Ring got funded. I can't wait to fight a giant crab that's puking its own guts at me as a projectile attack while I'm fighting through a swamp which is poisoned as dogs chew me to death.
The astral plane. It's similar to an iceberg. What you see is this place.
I, of course, do know what the SCP Foundation is, but I never got into it for reasons I already kind of mentioned. One moment. What do we got here? That's a 12. That is slightly better. And slightly better is all I need. Reduced shield energy cost. That might be nice.
The astral plane. Similar to an iceberg, what you see is not what you always get. Regardless, this place is vitally important to the Bureau. Most information on the astral plane is classified, but we can talk in broad strokes, keeping in mind that these are staggeringly complex systems, and simplification does them no justice. Now, the white non-space, the ever-present inverted black pyramid, the board, all linked, intrinsically tied to the oldest house, tied to the director, the process of choosing a director, tied to all objects of power in terms of who controls them. Yes.
Weird stuff and extra-dimensional invasion, Don Crow. There you go, one sentence.
Most information on the astral plane is
I can summarize. I just usually don't. You didn't believe in me. Okay.
An early hypothesis was that the mindscape of the astral plane is subjective. But that was fast proven wrong. It's an actual place, not a construct of the mind, even though it is with our minds that we enter and experience it. But then, one could argue that that's the case with all reality. We've been able to record footage of the astral plane by monitoring the brain activity of those experiencing it. That is the only concrete material that has come out of the astral plane expeditions. Apart from one shocking exception. In the astral plane footage, we're always in the vicinity of the pyramid. We've concluded that this, not the entire plane, is what the board controls. We have glimpsed movement, native species, always in the distance, and yet contact was made. We don't have footage of this, a technical malfunction, but when one of our astronauts returned, a brain cloud, an astral fugue, had hitchhiked a ride in his head. It ruptured out, killing the subject in question. It's a relentless predator pursuing thoughts, minds, lethal to those the entity feeds on. Proper containment protocols are to be observed when dealing with it.
The Astral exhibition was originally built for astronauts to use as a training location, a place to grow accustomed to the sights and sounds of the astral plane before diving into the real thing. We could have done a better job with it, but was being stingy with the budget. However, once we discovered the we decided to repurpose the space. Similar to how zoos hope familiar surroundings will affect the well-being of their animals, we hope to observe the behavior in an environment similar to its home dimension. So far, it just breaks everything we put it in. But Rome wasn't built in a day. Addendum. New naming conventions have been established for the astral entity, now known as Astral Spike. Outdated terms in this report have been redacted.
An early hypothesis
I mean, I could give it this story negative for it being too weird, but, I mean, that feels kind of mean. So check it out, it's one of the levels we go through. You know, when we're doing our whole thing. Aw. Oh well.
I believe they'd keep that thing here.
Why am I doing this? This is probably the stupidest thing I could possibly be doing in this scenario. Like, bar none. Too slow. I'm gonna recommend anybody who's bothered by strobing lights to not look at the stream for a minute. This is a little bit of visual problem right here. Definitely no iframes from the dash. Hey, Zach Taft. Good to know. Last thing we want is for people to be right about now. Oh, yeah. And as a reminder, seizure warning. Wow, the 2 things are still on it, too.
What was the Bureau doing with that thing?
Someone answer, damn it! We need backup down here!
Marshall, are you still there?
Shit. We're so close. We need to hurry.
I mean, I'm not sure why he'd add the part about your physician there, but yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can see it. So we have a lot of people hooked up to interesting chairs with those things hooked up to them for science. So the hiss is probably, most of this is speculation, but the hiss is a resonance creature, right? Which means it operates through resonance. Which means if it has more things to magnify and amplify and boost that, it spreads. anytime we're near those corpses, we hear the whispers of the hiss. If we destroy those corpses, those whispers noticeably stop. Again, it probably doesn't mean anything, but at the same time, just in case... Like, you can hear the whispers, right? I've actually considered that trihexia. The reason is, truthfully, I don't think it actually does anything. I'm just doing it because I'm weird. Come on. Oh, that's a quest. Okay, never mind. This study extends the work of Irving Janis, Robert Barron, and others by proposing strong causal links between groupthink and passive or active use of telepathy. To prove these connections, the parapsychology department carried out variations of Solomon Asch's original conformity experiment using a telepathic individual as the subject. See experiment for details. Extensive qualitative and quantitative data resulting from these experiments was then used to identify telepathic interference within the group. Further empirical findings suggest measures can be taken to safeguard against telepathic influence on behaviors engaged by Rather boldly, this paper stands to revolutionize decades of groupthink theory and provide new directions for further experimentation on the mind, including the manipulation of and And yeah, what are my other unreads? Hiss clusters. Hiss clusters are unique in that they are concentrated manifestations of Hiss resonance without the need for a host. Hiss clusters are dense, spherical compressions of Hiss resonance that served as a support function in the hierarchy of Hiss entities. The clusters are capable of replenishing Hiss hosts with infusions of resonance. This does not heal any physical damage inflicted on the organic host, but rather seems to rejuvenate them, allowing them to endure more bodily harm than normally possible. The fact that the Hiss makes an effort to preserve its corrupted hosts underlines a level of awareness and discretion that was previously just speculation on my part. Can this entity be considered an individual, or simply an extension of the Hiss as a whole? Capturing one alive would certainly be interesting. This report serves as an introductory guide to the Astronaut program, including candidate requirements, training practices, and astral research procedures. Astronauts are chosen individuals who explore and document the astral plane by making physical contact with the X-ray light box. See case file OOP-18 for details. In the Hypnosis Lab, section of Parapsychology Division. Physical and psychological training is vital for the repeated transition between planes, known as dives. After each dive, astronauts must undergo a session in the cognitive recording chairs to record their experience in the plane. Gathered data has conclusively proven that within the astral plane vary wildly between astronauts. On rare occasions, these dives can result in losses, often occurring when teams encounter aggressive astral entities. Yeah, that's the chairs. I think you're right. No. Based on what I'm seeing, Trihexia, thanks to the collective subconscious and the astral plane itself, it would be more likely that a Bible, like the original Gutenberg Bible, for example, would be an object of power.
We've encountered heavy resistance. We've fallen back to the luck department. All agents are ordered to converge here.
You have a luck department. You know what? I'm not even surprised at this point. That is a shame, Sierra Mike, because that would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Not only would it give you more of an option in terms of combat, like, okay, I'm facing a large group of enemies, why don't I take out some of the people to lower their resonance power? But it would be a nice bit of integration. You know, gameplay and story integration. It is still a neat little tidbit that they, you know, reduce the number of whispers you hear by getting rid of them. So I think I'm going to jot down a note here. Sound design. I'm leaning more and more towards giving 2 positive to sound design, 1 on each axis.
Marshall, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Who is this?
My name is Jesse Faden. I'm coming to help.
Faden? Hold on. I'm setting the elevator for you. We need to talk.
You got that right.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, I'm kind of with her on this. Okay. I'm not playing around with you, apparently. I am admittedly working on a lot of speculation here. I will say this. So far the game feels... I guess I should say the story feels like it's actually constructed rather than thrown together. Let me explain what I mean by that. Someone earlier asked what variety of weird it is, and I never actually answered that directly because I wasn't sure. And I'm still not sure. But to answer it more directly, there's, in my experience... Really, there's 2 kinds of weird when it comes to fiction. There's weird that someone has put very careful, meticulous planning into and thought it out and planned it together, either from a subconscious level or a conscious level or an internal logic level or whatever, right? And then there's weird, which is just noise. So far, this appears to be the former, not the latter. And let me be very clear, that's a good thing. I do know some people are in favor of noise. Sure, I am not. And I would probably be giving negatives if this was just noise. I want to check something here really quick. Yep, that's where I thought this was. One more thing. Yep. Yeah, honestly, Half-Life 1 did a good thing.
The Bureau's secrets. Marshall, especially. Does she know what happened to Dylan?
Like, almost all of Half-Life stuff really makes perfect sense. Lines up with itself and follows a fairly consistent internal logic. You'd be forgiven for not thinking that at first, but, you know, it is there. And if you go back through, the pieces are there as well. Are you just... Okay. Listen. I'm just gonna... I don't want y'all hearing that, okay? We know the hiss can burrow into your brain. So, let's not do that, shall we? Rubber duck, discovered in the home of Agent Huh after his young daughter complained of being followed by her rubber duck. According to Agent Huh, the matter was ignored, believing to be the result of a night's imagination, until he began to hear quacking at night. After discovering the item in his daughter's closet, he brought it to the Bureau for study. Update. It was discovered that Agent Huh was bringing known paranatural materials into his home, illegally taking them outside the oldest house. How this may have affected the creation of an altered item is being investigated. Agent Huh has been terminated. He makes bath time so much fun, Sierra Mike. Yeah, I noticed that they mentioned no rubber ducks allowed in. I actually caught that. What is that? I don't even know what that is. And I don't care. On with the show. Yeah, I mean, they could be terminated as in... Or, you know, something a little bit more mundane.
Marshall is waiting for you in the luck lab, just down the hall.
I do agree with Rex. In the interest of tolerance and understanding, I think there's a place and purpose to well-constructed noise. I'm just never going to like it, you know? That's never going to be my thing. And there's always that kind of gray line of understanding whether or not something is well-constructed noise or poorly constructed noise. Because sometimes an artist, to use a direct example, this actually happened in real life, sometimes an artist will very carefully and very precisely throw paint at a canvas to craft a picture. And another time, an artist will throw paint at a wall. Then there is a distinction between the two. But figuring out which is which purely from analysis, that's a little tricky. That's the wrong button. So I just noticed we're helping Polaris help take over this place. So I hope that she's a benevolent entity. Well, I've decided I hate that. None of that. We have some injured going on. They're all wearing their vests, though.
There you are. I was starting to worry.
Did I just take a freaking green herb? If it heals me, I'm gonna laugh. Can I even equip it? Is that a thing? Nope. It's just... Okay. An interesting layout. I guess you wouldn't be hurting for funding, would you?
Congratulations on your appointment, Director Faden. I'm Helen Marshall, head of Bureau Operations. Zachariah's dead then, and I assume you found his gun.
Just call me Jesse. Trench told me to find you. He said you could help.
And he told you this through the hotline. Makes sense.
None of this phases her? Really?
Here's the situation. Darling created the HRAs in a lab nearby. We need more if we're gonna survive this attack. My rangers can't secure the lab alone, not against those things. We need more firepower.
At least she seems to know what's going on here. She could know about Dylan.
I can clear out the hiss. I'll be your firepower.
That's a good answer.
Is she testing me?
Darling has systems in place to protect his labs. This should help you get past them. We'll talk more after you clear out the hiss.
Someone earlier...
Let her through.
I was gonna say, that's the ex-CIA, isn't it? Like, we heard about that earlier in one of the reports. Someone earlier made a comparison to Men in Black, and I actually totally feel the same vibe, but in a different direction. Because I don't actually enjoy Men in Black that much. Oh, don't mistake me, I enjoy the first movie and a few of the comics, but the overall Men in Black series is very much weird for weird's sake, for the most part. This is definitely true in the movies, but it was still true in the comics, going back to the earlier two types of weird thing, right? Men in Black likes to introduce something because it's weird. Now, that's the point. The point is it's alien. The point is it's weird and wacky, and it's not supposed to make sense because it's not supposed to make sense. So I don't care for it, right? See, it's tying this all back in here. Nevertheless, this is an interesting take on that. Ironically, I would say this is more grounded than Men in Black because, again, this is a weird that is constructed and stylized as opposed to, and here's an alien that does this because it's weird. For lack of, yeah, and a lot of it is gags, too. A lot of Men in Black does weird for the sake of gags, usually scatological humor. Anyways, to answer History Maker's question, the thought dialogue is a choice. I'm not sure if I like it, honestly. But at the same time, I think it's a decision. So to explain what I mean by that, it's very clear that this game was made on a relatively, I don't want to say a low budget, but a very not AAA budget. This is not a AAA title. Now, honestly, if we're being completely real with ourselves, nowadays that's usually a good thing. But the body language and the facial language are not there to tell us, to show us, rather, what Jessie is feeling. And so instead, they have Jessie tell us what she's feeling. As with many other things I've talked about today with regards to this game, I don't think this is a good thing so much as it is not a bad thing. This could easily be a bad thing in a worse game, but instead what it is clearly doing is they're being smart about their budget and putting their money and time where they should. It's not bad, it's just whatever. Now, Dr. Winter asks an interesting question, and I'm going to use a strict example for you because I have a perfect example of that. Homeworld. Every Homeworld game I've ever played is extremely stressful. It is legitimately heart-pounding, for lack of a better way to put it, to play a Homeworld game, especially under certain circumstances. Anybody who's played the Homeworld games probably knows what I'm talking about. But that's a good thing. Why? Because of the specific and exact circumstances under which it's utilized. So let's think about this for a moment. In Homeworld, you are put into a very stressful situation. Yeah, Homeworld 1, Mission 3, enough said. You are put into a very stressful situation with very limited resources, and you have to make your way through it. But the limited resources are not themselves a hindrance to your ability to play the game. So to explain that, what I mean by that, it would be very easy for Homeworld 1, in particular, to be a crap game if they didn't give you the tools to deal with the problems it throws at you. Does that make sense? So it's stressful, but it's not stressful because you're screwed. It's stressful because, oh God, how do I deal with this? Another thing to bring up is that Homeworld is very careful about its pacing. There are peaks and there are troughs. If the whole of Homeworld was just nonstop, that would be bad too, even if it was well designed as it is. But because it gives us those moments of recovery, gives us those pause moments, not just in terms of literally nothing happened like after a battle, but also in terms of narrative, where there's more, low tone moments, like the beginning of Homeworld 1 Mission 3, that allows us to process it better and move through it. Does this make sense, Dr. Winter? In short, it depends on the specific execution, as most things do. So, Homeworld does deliberately stress me out, but it's okay because X and Y. Alright. Let's go kill a whole lot of hist. Oh, jeez, that's a lot of hist. Hey, Sean. What's going on? What do you got for me? Nothing. Okay, so we've got, that's a lot of stuff. And it's not all fighting me?
I see Rangers over there. We have to help them.
Well, okay. I really could use more DACA. I don't actually disagree with that. If I could just have one Ulk weapon, I'd be good. Where are you? Where are you? Come on back. Come on back. Ooh, that heal is fast, too. What's funny is there's an option to turn off that large font. Oh, really? I saw it earlier when I was perusing the options. There's actually some decent options in this one. I gotta be honest, if launch wasn't literally one-shotting my enemies, I'd already probably be kind of bored with the combat. There's a fairly large amount of it. Even on a per-encounter basis, never mind respawns and the like. Like, imagine if I had to do this all with just the gun, as it is right now, with, without the mods to make the gun worth a damn. Imagine if this was all the gunplay, or excuse me, all the combat. That would suck. That's because it does way more damage than the gun. It's worth noting I am specifically leveling launch. So, that's probably at least part of that. That's the wrong button. A special cutscene for this one. That's new. Hey, it's Chief Lewis! Hey, I got the old brown you sent me. Thanks for that. Little brown noser. Ooh, that shield regenerated in a hurry. That would explain why. Excuse me. Gotta go. That hurt like hell. I didn't even see it. Like, I'm guessing it was a launch. Okay. I mean, I could turn it into a shotgun, but I think I'm going to stick with this for this encounter. It hits him while I can, you know. Then again, yeah, no, I don't want to be near this guy. Run. There's some ads now. Well, Silent Hill is malevolent. Like, there's a specific malicious entity within Silent Hill. Or that is Silent Hill, however you want to think of that. In contrast, the old house doesn't seem to have anything. It's just there. Not like this guy overly much. I was thinking about something recently. Ignoring the fact that there's just stuff everywhere that we can use for ammo. We also never run out of ammo because you could literally just pull up the ground. Which is actually a pretty smart design choice, I'd say. Like, here, check it out. Boop. Okay, never mind, I got a bench. But you get my point. You've seen me pull up the ground several times. Let's grab a healing. It's a little low. I'm not sure what I think of the healing system either, such as it is. Kill to Heal has a long and studied history. We done? We're done. I'm gonna need a clean up in here, I think. Sorry, Ahti. Sorry, Ahti. No, Lewis was the guy earlier. We actually haven't met him, but in the report, he was one of those assholes in the office who was vying for budget allocation towards his department instead of the other department, and he was trying to bribe the head of research to get it to happen. Yes, Sierra Mike. From what I've seen so far, yes. Let's do this. Okay. Fuel. Still only at 3 abilities? Jeez Louise, we're terrible. But we can make the piercing weapon, finally. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's equip that instead of the shotgun. What do we got here? Anything worth a darn? Not really. We'll do that. Hiss Warped. The Hiss Warped wield only paranatural abilities, similar to drifters. They are able to telekinetically shield themselves with nearby material and launch objects at their target. These entities are particularly destructive and difficult to kill, possibly indicating a greater internal reinforcement of Hiss resonance. Why do certain Hiss display paranatural abilities while others rely on bureau firearms? Do certain corrupted entities have less potential than the hosts that become Hiss Warped? Or is this perhaps an indication of an evolution or maturation of the Hiss corruption? Are there other stages of evolution yet to be found? What if the Hiss inhabits a host for a month, a year? Do hosts expire after a certain amount of time? Does the corruption become too strong for an organic body to endure? Only time and well-documented observation will tell. Yeah, that was not a fun fight. And definitely not just because, you know, I have that same ability and it's freaking awesome. No, I actually did read it, Dr. Winter, but I'm sorry, I got distracted because boss fight. I don't actually remember the controls of Silent Hill well enough to comment on that, but I've heard exactly what you're talking about. And again, whether it works or not is probably going to be down to a matter of opinion. Just like the Homeworld example. I actually know someone personally who put Homeworld down because it was, you know, stressful, and that was a bad thing for them. I hate to say this, but I once again reiterate that, as always, these reviews are subjective reviews because, duh, right? We dip our toes into objectivity, but these are subjective reviews. Let's put that here. I'm still thinking about a few things. We're apparently nowhere in a game that's supposedly pretty short, which worries me a little bit. But then again, I'm bothering to read all this stuff out loud, which always slows us down, so whatever. We'll come back to that. Yeah, that's a fair way to put that, Sierra Mike. Ironically, the goal is unreachable, even though it's still the goal, if that makes any sense.
Altered item number 52AE analysis, session 2. I will begin by introducing various stimuli to the item. First, a low voltage electric shock. No response. Next, I will introduce heat via a standard Bunsen burner. No response. Next, a series of solutions will be applied, each with a different value on the pH scale, from 0 to 14. No response to any value. Next, I will attempt to communicate. Can you understand me? Can you understand my words? Quack if you can understand my words. No response. This concludes session 2. We'll need time to prepare further tests.
There's a quote, I forget it, but it's something along the lines of, the difference between science and nonsense is that science writes it down, or something like that. That's just job security, Harian.
Okay. You must like these HRAs. Sounds like Darling built them. And most of the things around here. If Marshall can't help us with Dylan, he's our next best bet. Assuming he's not dead. Or taken over by the Hiss.
Yeah, no, Dylan's totally gonna be like Hiss Prime or something like that. Don't say anything, but I'm just saying, Dylan's totally gonna be Hiss Prime. I am all the hiss. Wait, I think I said that wrong. Yeah, exactly, Monobra. I was literally thinking of the Phazon parallel. I knew it, Sierra Mike. It was all Valerian and his puppy-eating ways. He is all the hiss. Or, I mean... Dylan is our brother who was exposed to the same altered event thing that we were as kids. And we basically came here looking for him. He is our motivation. Near as I can tell, I would say he's our only motivation, but it'd be more accurate to say that he was our only initial motivation. We already seem to be growing a little bit into the motivation of dealing with the weird. What? Oh. Okay. There. No, that's not right. There we go. That's still not right. There we go. What is the name of that shape? Because there was a whole bunch of it in Darling's lab, too, and I couldn't think of the name of it.
You led me here. Any idea how to make it work?
Because, yeah, he's really into that Tesseract, or whatever that is. Apparently there is such a thing as too strong of a combination. That's good to know. I'll get to that in a second. Hang on. Blackrock prisms are unique formations of Blackrock, distinct in both their shape and potency. While the density of Blackrock dampens paranatural forces, the unique structure of prisms retains frequencies in the range of to hertz with perfect harmonization. This report analyzes the results of focusing a through a harmonized prism onto a methods for imprinting of non-physical fields onto imbuing them with the properties of harmonized resonance in the prism will be explored and explained. I originally thought Polaris was the player, and then they mentioned that Polaris is a resonance entity that has been hosting in us all this time and is probably secretly evil and behind everything, but whatever. A lot of old lab equipment here. I mean, I get it. Electronics don't work in here, yada, yada, yada. Well, let's hit the switch then.
Hello again, Director. It appears we have a new problem. We need to get the HRA machine working.
I've replaced a couple of spark plugs, but this looks a bit more complicated.
Darling must have had a system. Randomness isn't in his nature. The punch cards, the symbols, the terminals. How do they connect?
I'll see what I can do.
So, we need to find all the punch cards.
It is an old gun. Holy crap. I wonder if they can't bring in certain types of guns, because those are too new tech as well. Oh god, I'm gonna have to pay attention to all these boards and figure out what's okay and what isn't, aren't I? Okay.
Each punch card should correspond to a terminal.
Yeah, I got that, Marshall. I'm trying to figure out the order. Thank you.
These whiteboard drawings may be important.
I'm gonna shoot you. That would be hysterical, Twister. Somewhat unlikely, but hysterical. I mean, there's 5 items. Nope, hang on, that's wrong. That's wrong.
It looks like he was working on something to do with these symbols.
There. Where did 3 go? You 3? Nope, you're 5. Where's 3? There's 3.
What do the symbols mean?
Marshall, I swear to God, not only will I shoot you, I will fire you. Without tension. I know it's a government job. I'm just saying.
The prism shattered. Darling's prototypes have a lot of issues. We need a new plan.
Well, okay.
We need more Blackrock prisms to make this machine work. Darling has another lab, down in the Blackrock processing site in maintenance. That must be where he keeps the prisms.
I've been to maintenance already. I can find my way.
But how long will that take? Nothing here is simple. I need to ask her now, before I go.
I need something from you first. What do you know about Dylan Faden?
I knew this was coming. Lives are at stake here, and we need this machine working to save those lives. Once that is done, Director Faden, then we can talk.
She's right. As much as I don't want to admit it. I'm the only one who can help.
Fine. I'll get the prisms first.
Dylan will have to wait just a little longer.
But don't call me Director. Jesse is fine.
I'll call you Faden. Here, you'll need this keycard.
Thanks. Emily
Clearance
Pope
level
is at the
4.
base and executive. Once I have the prism, I'll meet you there.
Right. I'll move out immediately. And keep an eye out for Darling. Finding him might be the key to stopping the hiss.
It's just one large-scale HRA. It's there now. We are about to be exposed to a different kind of resonance. Hostile, viral, invasive resonance. That's what the Hedron resonance amplifiers are for. Taking the protection Hedron can provide us, and keeping us from being wiped out.
Well, there's Zen. So thank you for reminding me to
This will lead back to Central Research.
take a drink, Harriet, which I did. All playthroughs ever, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, include DLC where applicable. Now, that being said, I don't know how and when to access said DLC, but it is there. Oh, that really? Really? Okay, whatever. Just get out of here. But before I go down, I want to hit the wrong button. There we go. Very important. Very important. Well, part of my reason for bringing that up, Plutoni, is usually there's like a button or a toggle or whatever that says, hey, here's how you activate the DLC. Or like you get a quest in Oblivion or a quest in Witcher 3. I have seen nothing to indicate the DLC is there. I know it is. I just haven't seen it. No hiss followed us in. Well, I mean to tell you about that.
Lasted as long as they have.
Ease off. We're all in this together.
Bullshit. I didn't see them fighting to retake the HRA lab. Rangers always get left to pick up management's shit.
So clearly you didn't listen to what I said, Harian, so I'm now going to repeat myself. All DLC is included in all playthroughs where applicable. What? Okay. I know we have kind of limitless budget. Can we not waste it on stickies and post-it notes, please? I do still have to balance the books, you know. God. To whom it may concern, in case you're not aware, something caused a sticky note in my office to duplicate. My office is unusable now. I'll be working from home until this is resolved. You can reach me on my cell. Sincerely, J. Bozer. Ironically, there's only one note in here.
Your director better not think about hitting my department with a reorg.
So I was thinking about hitting your department with a reorg. Mostly because I hate you.
Hope wants us to compile all of Darling's data entries from the past month.
She wants us to crack Darling's personal logs? He'll crucify us if he finds out. Who does she think she is, authorizing that kind of data breach?
She must think he's hiding something. And I agree. The HRAs alone are proof Darling knew more than he let on.
Physical alterations in his corrupted organisms vary so wildly. What's the connection? Hi, Jesse.
I keep finding traces of Darling, but still can't find him. Where could he be?
But he's usually in his office in research, or one of his labs. Dr. Darling has quite a few, all around the Bureau. Could be hiding in any one of them. I check myself, but I don't have access to most of them.
Sounds like I touched a nerve.
He didn't let you into his labs?
Not all of them, no. Some had volatile material. It's ridiculous. I mean, this whole place is volatile material. Could have at least thought up a more convincing lie. I mean, how can I work without access to all the data possible?
This place has a bad habit of moving around, huh?
So you notice the building shifts. Did you know that 39% of Bureau accidents are caused by the shifts? It's true. I ran the numbers myself.
So they're dangerous.
Oh, very. Yet one time, a shark got shifted into a meeting room along with over 2,000 gallons of water. It was a tiger shark. Darling's pet research project. I forget what he was researching.
How do people work here?
You said you're an assistant?
Oh, it's just a title. I'm a scientist, a researcher. I work for Dr. Darling. See, when Bureau agents go out in the field, the sites of altered world events, we study the materials, the altered items they bring back. It's always something we've never seen before, and studying them requires new instruments, methodologies, sometimes entirely new fields of science.
Emily really loves her job.
See, there's no guidebook for what we do here. Everything that happens at the Bureau, including the science, is without precedent.
What exactly is the Ocean View Motel?
That's a bigger question than you might think. You see, I have extreme doubts that the motel is a single place. I mean, look at all the doors inside it. Where do they all go? We know that one door leads to the oldest house, but how come we can only ever open that one door? Maybe to open a door, you have to have entered through it. So if every door leads to a different dimension, plane, reality, whatever you want to call it, then I believe that the motel is firm proof that parallel universes exist.
Does Darling agree with that?
I haven't told him yet. I'm waiting until I can prove it.
What can you tell me about control points?
They're nexus points of the oldest house's unique energies. Now, I wrote a 30-page proposal hypothesizing that we could siphon energy directly from them. Darling didn't even get through the first page before he turned it down.
Right. And, has anyone ever used them to teleport around?
What? No. What, I mean, you mean physically? No, not that I've ever heard of. Why?
Because that's how they work for me.
What? Really? Oh my god. More tests.
Let's hold off on the tests until later, okay?
Okay. It's just, wow. This blows my control point theories right out of the water. I love it.
I'm trying to think of what it is. There's something, a work of fiction. I don't even remember what media it was, whether it was movie or show or game or book or comic, where people had spent years upon years upon years studying and processing and very slowly trying to meticulously put together how something works. And then by total coincidence, a superhero shows up who has all of that power and is just like, hi, yeah, this is how, yeah, oh my god, you know. And everyone's just like, how did you, okay. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? God, that's just, it's right on the edge of my brain there. But I need to write down 2 more things. That's an interesting question, Ect. It is bad lip syncing, but honestly, it's probably more an absence of a positive, as so many other things in this game are, than it is a negative. Oh, right.
It's ridiculous.
Good, right? She's the new director.
Because good lip syncing, that is to say, good facial capture, or at the very least good usage of facial animations, could count as a positive, right? Witcher 3 is one of the only examples that comes to mind, but there's probably other ones. Red Dead Redemption 2, I think GTA 5 did some pretty good stuff with that too. I'm sure there's one that isn't a Rockstar game, but you get the idea. Maintenance. I agree, Dr. Winter. God, that's gonna bug me now. What was
Marshall
that?
knows something about Dylan. Is he here? Is he all right? HRAs first. They'll help save everyone, including Dylan, once I find him. Can you keep him safe? Like you do with me?
Speaking of which, what we at with these? Hey, and I'll be right back. I need to go kill Brigwin to steal her food. Sorry, Brigwin.
Resonance is the key. Vibration, frequencies, waveforms, fields we didn't know were there. It's physics. These fields in complex interaction, altering reality that comes to contact with them. Hedron is communicating with me. It's trying to warn me of something imminent. I've been using every known method to analyze the data. Exposing myself to it. I'm seeing things and overcome by compulsion. It's not just data, it's protection. It's benign. We are about to be exposed to a different kind of resonance. Hostile, viral, invasive resonance. That's what the Hedron resonance amplifiers are for. Taking the protection Hedron can provide us and keeping us from being wiped out.
Yeah, the graphics in this game are legit.
Altered item number 52AE analysis, session 2. I will begin by...
Oh, that's the rubber ducky. Okay. You know, he's a good actor. I'm actually pretty impressed with him. Speaking of which, his name down too. There we go. Whoa! Camera. Hi. Innocent is joking with you, Lineru. That is a real-life actor. It's kind of a hallmark of the Remedy series is that they like to use live-action cinematics. I think all but one of their games include that kind of live-action cinema. Think the Command & Conquer series, which is another series that likes to do that. I want to go into that. Yeah, no. So you mentioned pulling them out. Stylized act almost every time. Hyper-realistic are nice, but I understand a little bit too much about how much time and effort that takes. And to be completely blunt, it's generally not worth the effort. I'll give it praise where it's due, because it is hard to do that. But, as a personal preference, I'll take stylized. Oh, that's cute. Okay. What is this, Galaxy Quest? Someday we might get a Command & Conquer 4. It's a shame. I actually rather liked Command & Conquer 3. By memory, of course. Oh yeah, that looks safe. Yeah, well, okay, what do we got here? Notice. Ocean View Motel and Casino Entry Point. I'll get back to that in a second. Let's see what this is. A pit. Well, as much as I love pits, dying horribly, let's go back this way. That's a good question, Harriet. Admittedly, I don't know. I didn't even look into it.
I don't know. The lights are on. They should be open.
We're looking to get a room for the night. Hello? I don't think anyone's there, honey. Come on. We'll go to that motel we passed a while back.
So that's something we spent a couple of hours debating some time ago, Disco, which is why we've already got kind of a codified acknowledgement of that. So it's easy for a game to get a mod support positive if the developers are, let's say, pro-mod, right? If there's a mod scene and the developers are like, cool, do it. RimWorld is a good example of that. But it's another thing for the devs to go out of their way to make sure that there are pieces within the game itself to help assist with the mod creation, right? Giving you some tools or functionality or concepts or whatever. That's full mod support. Then there's bonkers mod support, the Elder Scrolls standard, which is they literally give you the actual dev tools that they use to make the game and completely 100% throw themselves into supporting mods and built the entire game around the very concept of modding. That's the 3 layers. There is also another layer we have rarely encountered, and honestly, I can only think of one game off the top of my head which would qualify, and that is Mod Hostile. Mod Hostile is when the game is specifically and deliberately designed to be anti-mod, to be unmoddable. Now, note that does not make it unmoddable. It's just that that was the developer intent. That is without question a negative. Yeah, Dragon Age Inquisition would qualify as a mod hostile game. Honestly, this is kind of a funny one. So it doesn't quite apply, but the recent GTA remasters would probably qualify as mod hostile. I know that's kind of a strange situation, so that's not quite clear-cut. But clearly they do definitely want you to not mod their game, because they're stupid. Never mind how much effort and work they put into trying to, prevent mods from existing prior to the game coming out. Okay, so it looks like the chair needs to be out. Warcraft 3 would qualify as the 2 positives, for example. So would StarCraft, to use another example. The UMSs, the Warcraft 3 custom maps were always, very pro-mod. World of Warcraft will probably get 2 or 3 positives. We'll have to debate them when we get there, because WoW has been extremely pro-mod since it came out, for the same reason Warcraft 3 and StarCraft were. It's interesting. Good evening, Eternal Shadow. This is just... Yeah, no, that's just... Oh, that's new. Well, that definitely didn't do anything. I have no idea, Sierra Mike. I mean, I do. I understand it perfectly, and that's what irritates me. But it's still very stupid. Oh, wow, Saberfoot Wife. That's terrible. Where's the janitor's place? That's a good question, Disco. Unfortunately, we will have to have a debate per game as that comes up. Because, yeah, I mean, Rockstar is pretty anti-mod these days, and that's stupid. They didn't used to be. Like, they didn't used to be pro-mod, but they kind of drifted out of being pro-mod, or being mod okay and into mod hostile, and they've kind of been mod hostile for a few years now. Probably because 2K Games is basically the freaking mafia, and pure evil. So I got some keys. But I don't see any other new doors I can interact with. So am I done here? I don't even know which keys I just got. Yeah, 2K are legitimately pretty terrible. You know, we always... I know that this is slowly becoming less true as public consciousness is becoming aware of how bad other companies are. EA Games has nothing on companies like 2K or Ubisoft or Activision Blizzard. No, I think that the history, the purely economic, purely business history of 2K Games is actually kind of a mess, and is mostly connected with people who, how do I phrase this as nicely as possible, should never be in the gaming industry, getting involved in the gaming industry and trying to use it to create as much money as quickly as possible in ways that were legitimately damaging to the brand, the company, and gaming as a concept. I am not speaking hyperbolically. I sure hope so, Eternal Shadows of Korux, especially since it's already been put on the list. Granted, it's only got like $2 put towards it, but still. Yeah, 2K is... That's a great way to put that. 2K is a virus of a company. I feel bad for any developer who has to work under them. Yeah, no, this is exactly where I thought it would lead. Nope, that didn't help it. Unless this is open now. You know how we often talk about how Bowser isn't actually evil? That's EA. I know that's a terrible comparison, but there it is. Very, 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 very little out-of-game stuff goes into these reviews, Disco.
We need to find a way to Blackrock processing. That's where Marshall said we'd find a prism.
The only reason I'm not saying 0% is because it has happened, I think, like 3 times ever. We have had moments where stuff out of the game has come into a review. But there's a pretty big dividing wall between in-game and out-of-game. For example, to use a direct example, we will not be considering how terrible Activision Blizzard is when it comes to the review of WoW, or any other Blizzard game for that matter. What do I think keeps EA from being truly evil? Size. EA's not actually all that large of a company. I know that sounds weird to say, but companies like 2K Games and Activision Blizzard are gigantic. They are huge. They dwarf EA. But that's because they have more branches which go in more directions, whereas EA is a lot more focused overall on actually being a gaming company. Terrible at it and has no idea what they're doing, and a lot of incompetent morons. But at least they're a freaking gaming company. How low our standards have fallen. The Atlas is a physical expression created by the oldest house. Its purpose and function are currently unknown. The specific shape and dimensions of the Atlas, see file ATL03 for said dimensions, seem to indicate a more explicit purpose than the oldest house's usual walls, floors, or shifts. The Atlas changes form but resists observation when doing so. No visual observation has been made during its change. It only ever occurs between frames when monitored by surveillance cameras. A previous theory was that this change corresponds to house shifts, and the Atlas is a of the itself. However, the shape changes do not occur at the same time as the building shifts, which make this theory doubtful. Structurally, the Atlas is made of the same material as the rest of the oldest house. Further observation will hopefully aid in discovering its purpose. EA used to be pretty big, that is true. But that hasn't been true for probably like 15 to 20 years at this point. EA was one of the earliest gaming companies that made it big and helped define what AAA is for good and for bad. And for whatever reason, and honestly I think luck is mostly involved in this, EA stopped that. Like they did, and then they've just been here the entire time ever since. They've never really kept going. Like I said, you look at the history of 2K games, and that's a meteoric rise in an extremely bad way. In a business got involved kind of a way. And Ubisoft, what? On piracy, we here at the Lore Walkers would never, ever condone the extremely cool crime of piracy. Make sure to go to Pirate Bay. No, I'm just kidding. And we can't go that way. Alright, so up we go. We here at the Lore Walkers are not comfortable enough with talking about piracy on camera. That's probably the simplest way to explain that one. It's a little bright. Okay. Let's go here, I guess. Why is there gunfire everywhere I go in this building? Oh, okay. That is a charged sniper rifle. I was not ready for that. Pretty terribly, Trihexia. There's a lot of shield people over there. Okay, I just got kicked to death. I wouldn't download a Spanish galleon. Well, I mean... Anyways. Where the hell am I? Oh god, I'm way back here. Okay, okay. Gosh, I hope I'm in charge, Dr. Winter. Otherwise, I'm about to get killed by these people for no good reason. Let's see if the puzzle solution is still there. Yes, Disco. But I can't... Okay, so let me walk that back. No. Well, okay, let me walk that back too. Yes, I do know that large corporations make decisions because one individual in the corporation was spiteful. That is a proven thing that actually does and can happen. However, the only example I could come up with off the top of my head is actually Warner Brothers, not the gaming company, the television department. Excuse me. I don't want to fight you. Really don't want to fight you. God damn it. Get out of my way! So, something that tends to happen in large corporations is there's someone in management. It doesn't actually matter who. They don't have to be a CEO or a president. They're just someone in upper management, one of the executives. And they have a particular grudge or a particular feeling or this will never succeed because X, or this will never succeed because Y. And they tend to do a thing where they put their foot down and either prevent things from happening or, you know, cancel projects or whatever, right? It's actually really, really common. To the point of being kind of silly, honestly. In many cases, these things are to the detriment of both profits and the company as a whole. So someone asked, what would be the comic book equivalent? Yeah, exactly, Sierra. My comic book equivalent of 2K. My first thought is Black Skull over in the DC universe. He is a Batman villain who is messed up. He has actively tried to torture a woman by slicing off chunks of her husband and feeding them to her. By the way, the husband was still alive at the time. I mean, he's done worse than that, but that's just a taste of the kind of person that he is. That's 2K Games. Or Black Mask, whatever his goddamn name is. Idiot McIdiotface. I actually really dislike him as a villain, consequently. But he is very messed up evil. Whereas the Joker is usually portrayed with some kind of redeeming element, even if it's not something that actually makes him a better person, just a better character. Black Mask is evil. That's his character. That is how he is fairly consistently portrayed. Even in the recent Harley Quinn movie, they still kept that portrayal. Actually, Ewan McGregor did an almost scarily good job of portraying that kind of messed up evil. Go figure. I can still do. Please. Honestly, Lex Luthor's not a... Oh, these assholes. Lex Luthor's not a bad pick for EA. But honestly, Luthor has been portrayed very differently over the years, so that's kind of a question mark on that one. Because Lex is much smarter than EA, usually. And much more pragmatic than EA, usually. Button. Yeah, the DCAU's Lex is one of my favorite Lexes. Justin Hammer. You know what? I like that. EA would be Justin Hammer. That's actually a good pick. Hang on, I hear whispers. I hear whispers. You know what that means. Who is Justin Hammer? A very good question. I want to try something here real quick. Nope. Okay. So the speedrun uses the dash a lot to essentially fly. It's interesting to watch in action. Okay, where is this guy? I didn't see him, I just heard him. He said up here. Excuse me. But yes, Justin Hammer is an idiot wannabe, who still somehow has the kind of influence and money necessary to be an impact.
During an AWE investigation, our agents discovered a light switch cord in a Butte bungalow closet. They pulled the cord and were instantly transported to the Ocean View Motel and Casino. Dream like haze. Inside, they found a door marked with an inverted black pyramid. And just like that, it led back to the oldest house, some 2,000 miles from Montana. Now we're finding the cord in increasing numbers throughout the Bureau. Somehow the two places, they became in tune to each other. The actual physical location of the ocean view is a mystery. Stepping beyond its walls has so far proven impossible. A place of power, like the oldest house.
I do like Darling, and not just because his actor's amazing, although that is a lot of it, let's just be honest. I still hear whispering! Where are the whispers coming from? Where are the whispers coming from? A hole in your room is a hole in you? I think that's one of the first times I've actually heard understandable language in that. I'm still hearing it. I'm still hearing whispers. Ah, kill everything! Yes, absolutely, Zach Taft. He would probably prioritize that. Having his own personal Optimus Prime who works for him? Hell yeah. Where is this guy? Are you this person? Nope, you're just a rando. Well, I'm out. I give up. Game uncompletable. 0 out of 10. Literally couldn't find an NPC. Okay, where is this guy for real, though? The grunt is using... whatever that is. I don't know guns well enough. Here, let me try to get you a shot. I know it's dark. Not a lot I can do about that. I'll think about that, Sierra Mike. I don't know, Nosians. Ah! The real question is, how old is it fall? Hell. Not the concept of... you know what I mean.
Glad to see you're still you.
Time to kill... oh, sorry.
I'm not doing so hot.
You're fine. We'll push through this.
The hiss are the ones doing the pushing, Doc.
It's okay, they'll run out of bodies at some point. That's the value of, you know, zombie plagues. At a certain point, they run out of zombies. Have you noticed this recent tension between Trench and Darling? They've both been acting odd lately. Trench concerns me the most. His sudden hostility towards Darling's project is very unlike him. He was the one to approve all this head-drawn research in the first place, but after Darling unveiled those HRAs, he was livid. I personally don't see any reason not to equip Bureau staff with additional protection devices, especially if it's as strong as Darling says. What do you make of this? Have you seen anything from either of them that strikes you as odd? Let's talk in person before the next Bureau heads meeting. That's pretty cool, Ross. I'm a little envious, I'll be honest. I could do a lot of good cooking with Wisconsin cheese. So please don't confirm, deny, or even comment on this, but I wonder if Trench let in the hiss because of the fact that he was losing control. And the one thing we do know about Trench right now is that control is kind of his shtick, no pun intended.
Medic, what's the damage?
They've each taken a few hits. We need to get them to a surgical station ASAP, but I don't think there's...
Hey, thanks for bringing down that... whatever the fuck that was.
Just call it a monster.
Barely holding on here, boss. How's the situation outside maintenance?
What do I tell him? The truth is harsh, but these people seem familiar with death.
The hiss are everywhere. Most of the Bureau is lost. We need Blackrock Prism to make more HRAs for any survivors in the safe rooms. I'm here to check Darling's Blackrock lab.
So to recap, death, disaster, and imminent destruction. Another day at the FBC. But Darling's lab is just past Blackrock processing. I got good news and I got bad news on that front. Good news is, it's right down the hall. Bad news is, a Hiss monster has decided to move in, so that's great.
Monster.
That's what the Rangers said. The ones that survived, anyway. But we are just treading water here, and the Hiss keep coming. Salvador would know what to do, but apparently he took a security team into the containment sector just before the lockdown happened, and, well, no one's seen him since. But hey, at least we got you, our fearless leader.
They shouldn't rely on me. They don't know me. They don't know how I've failed people.
You've done a good job here, Arish, but you should take your people and get to the base in Executive. You can regroup there. I'll go deal with this monster. I'm getting kind of used to them.
Aye, aye, Faden. And be sure to put a bullet in that thing for me.
Actually, it occurs to me there's another theory, which, again, don't confirm or deny. It makes me think that maybe he let in the Hiss without meaning to, because we know the Hiss. We know we could hear the Hiss. He's actually confirmed that already in one of the hotline calls, and we know that the Hiss is invasive, like it's just a noise that just kind of goes and works its way in there. So someone who's already freaking out about losing control would probably be a little bit easier to invade, right?
Ranger Squad Charlie 7 returned from an Ranger Squad Charlie 7 returned from an expedition into the quarry threshold just after 0500 Zulu. Can you please state your names and describe the purpose of your expedition?
Kevin Horowitz.
Rupert Wells.
Our mission was to map quarry grid coordinates G29. Secondary objective, as always, was to find a route from the threshold entrance and maintenance to the formation. Secondary objective was not a success.
What a surprise. And did you encounter any previously unrecorded event or entity while inside the threshold?
No, nothing. Do you think we should tell him about the mermaid?
Excuse me?
Yeah, the mermaid. Horowitz here found this mermaid in the quarry, just sitting on some Blackrock. She was singing this beautiful song, and he was overcome with desire. She was so alluring.
I'd say she was more enchanting than alluring.
Fine, enchanting.
Did you tell your CO about this?
No. Because it didn't happen.
Nothing happened. As usual, the quarry is full of rocks. That's it. Can we go now?
Fuck you guys. Get out of here.
Yeah, that tracks. Nothing to add to that. That just tracks.
State your names and describe the purpose of your expedition.
Kevin Horowitz.
Should we tell him about the mermaid? I probably shouldn't laugh about that. So let's try out this thing a little bit more, shall we? By the way, notice how the sound,
I wasn't kidding about that monster.
Spatial editing is based on the camera position, not the audio source position. You can see it in the previous cutscene where the audio started getting echoey because the camera moved outside for a moment. Yeah, no, exactly, Sierra Mike. Nothing ever happens until it does. I don't know what that's called. The just in case? I'm actually a really big believer in the concept of just in case. Not just militarily, but in terms of, like, network engineering or house safety, you know, fire safety, all that kind of stuff. Because it's never going to come up until it does. Swan boat. No unique procedures required. Item is made of fiberglass painted to resemble a swan. Foot pedals allow the item to propel forward in the water. The item emits a pulse of physical force and an estimated force of possible connection to OOP-5. Measuring the exact force created by the item has been hindered by concerns from Human Resources Department. The item was seized from an activity rental service called located on Lake on Vancouver Island, Canada, after it ejected numerous riders over the course of a summer, bringing the boat to the attention of the media. The item was transported to the Bureau by helicopter. A containment specialist accompanied it, sent to recite Formula C9 through 32 recursively. What occurred in the helicopter is not known, but all agents were lost in the crash. The item was recovered and then transported by train. It arrived at the Bureau without further incident. Yeah, why would you need a secondary backup? I'm sorry, if I could share a Deep Space Nine quote, I just wouldn't feel safe without a secondary backup. It's funny, because actually, if you watch Star Trek, you know that they don't have any kind of backups whatsoever. But it's still a very good, very true quote. And we still don't have 5, right.
You showed me the HRA when I first got here, and the machine that makes them. Can you help me find a prism?
Swanboat's like, sorry. Oh yeah, O'Brien is legit. At least a little bit because of Colomini. Because, I mean, come on, you know. He's a good actor. Which is funny, I usually see him play really horrific villainous roles, and he's just this totally cool, chill everyman. It's awesome. Yeah, exactly, History Mates. It's ridiculous, really. What's funny is, so in the Trek rewrite, we've kind of had to... We've run into the same problem that actual Star Trek has run into. It's just we have tools to deal with it. The problem is you don't want your cast to include 50 people, right? So you want your main people, your department heads, in short, to actually be involved in missions. You want them to be part of the story that you're telling, the main characters. So you have to figure out a way that makes sense for them to go on missions, and let me tell you, that's a case-by-case just headache every single time. Every single episode, it's like, alright, who's going down and why? Oh, this looks safe. Very safe.
They're shattered. Not a single prism left. What the fuck?
The hell is that nonsense? The best Garrick episode? I'd have to think about that. So now we're fighting wraiths. Wonderful.
Let's hurry up and find...
His distorted agents are able to render themselves invisible and emit a powerful concussive blast when in short range of their target. Curiously, the Hiss Distorted is apparently not able to utilize both abilities at once. It must make itself visible when it goes on the offensive, see the Klingon Cloak, and the inability to shoot while cloaked. The Hiss Distorted is unique in the fact that it wields a paranatural ability previously unknown to the Bureau, perhaps by tapping into a yet undiscovered object of power. How does this invisibility work? Does the Distorted become resonance temporarily? Does it use Hiss resonance to refract light? The physical deformation of this particular Hiss entity is noteworthy in its thoroughness. Clearly the human host would have died from such extreme alteration, which prompts the question, are the corrupted simply animated corpses? Hello, coffee sandwich.
Darling's lab.
Seriously, Sierra Mike? Wow. Speaking of which, what are we up to now? Wrong button. 7. We still need 10. I asked you to remember 10. That means I remember it because that's how that works. Seriously, has anybody else used that memory trick? If I say, remind me of X, simply the act of asking someone else to remind me of something almost always means I remember it. There are precious few exceptions for that one.
There are areas in the oldest house.
Blackrock has allowed the Bureau to make great strides in containment procedures since it was first discovered on the broken world of Draenor. This report will examine how its very structure is comprised of density that nullifies all resonance from these frequencies, yada yada. Bureau innovations that incorporate Blackrock will be analyzed, most notably the fire beaks. feats of engineering designed to contain any future outbreaks, attacks, or other internal threats. The goal of this report is to encourage the Bureau staff to explore further innovation using Blackrock, as work in that field has been markedly slow in recent years.
We're under the right conditions. When the frequencies match, other dimensions leak in. We call these areas thresholds. The quarry is one of the more stable thresholds in the maintenance sector. That's where Blackrock comes from.
You heard that too, right?
Dimensional matter.
Blackrock comes from a threshold. Ari. So the prisms must be there too.
Contained. Think of it as paranatural lead. Our research involves many dangerous things we absolutely need to keep in check.
Darling's key.
That's what the Blackrock line fire.
This should get us into the quarry.
Hang on. Let's see if we can get the actual footage there. There it is.
There are areas in the oldest house where, under the right conditions, when the frequencies match, other dimensions leak in. We call these areas thresholds. The quarry is one of the more stable thresholds in the maintenance sector. That's where Blackrock comes from. Extra-dimensional matter. It has the unique property of blocking out a lot of frequencies. A good thing. It keeps things stable, contained. Think of it as paranatural lead. Our research involves many dangerous things we absolutely need to keep in check. That's what the Blackrock line fire breaks are about. The panopticon container cells.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I need the code for the quarry elevator.
Oh, Emily. The codes. Blackrock 665. Neighbor of the Beast. Get it? We can do that again if you...
Yeah, I was just thinking that, Monobrent. The board, I forget what they were talking about, but they specifically mentioned 665 in one of their messages. And it struck me as odd, because it didn't seem to match the dialogue they were saying.
Codes. Blackrock 665.
Interesting.
Everything here is crazy. Weird, but it feels right. Like how the world should be. I'm in an infinite building leading to different dimensions, and I never want to leave. Even with all the horror, I'm happy. It feels sane.
That's not a good sign.
Just the right kind of insane.
Really a bad sign. Listen to the voice in your head. No, not the other one. No, the problem is that's probably Polaris, which is reacting to that, not her. Either that or we've got a little bit of a jumping at the call problem, which honestly I was already theorizing. In fact, I've already written that down in my notes, that Jesse is totally a jump at the call person. Jesse's fine. She's fine. You worry too much, Kelly. She's what we call super sane. Just like the Joker. Wait. Don't think too much about that comparison. See you around, Spartan. Don't worry. Her sanity is not in question. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to aim this chunk of unknown material that somehow pushes out something that isn't actually bullets out here. Okay, just making sure. You're right, Kemek. This is actually a Joker origin story.
The Joker saw just a little bit too far beyond the veil. Had to do a few readjustments. You know how it is.
Oh, you're a sniper too, huh? Well, apparently I can't aim for beans. So that sucks. Try that again. Oh. Nope. Okay. That's interesting. We'll do this the other way. Dying. Turbo death. Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that plutonium. You've probably noticed I've already decided not to do those random quests, ever. Because they're random quests. Yeah, I've noticed the grace mechanic already. It's pretty consistent. It's almost weird. What are we on? Okay. Sanity, well, you know, sanity's fine, but it's kind of boring, you know? I want something with a little more pizzazz. Up to level 5 clearance, I just thought about that. A game that makes randomized quests work. Couldn't think of any. The whole time I was stretching, I couldn't think of any. Like, obviously there's some gradients in what a random quest is. But in just about every case, it's either, you know, bland and boring, or actively bad. So I'm gonna go with, no. I don't think I can think of one History Maker. Diablo does not have randomized... Well, okay. So if you're defining randomized quests as randomly whether or not you get a quest or not, sure, that can work. There's plenty of times that's worked. Although, interestingly enough, when we review Diablo 1, we will have to decide if that gets a negative or not.
Elevator's broken.
Just jump.
Gotta get down the old-fashioned way.
The reason why being that any given playthrough of Diablo 1 may or may not see content based entirely on the dice roll. Well, yeah, like, there's plenty of good purposes of randomization when it comes to game design. Like, lots and lots of validity when it comes to that. It's a little different. Cute. Putting banelings on the bridge. Oh, yeah, Brigman. There are several quests I never got until much later in my Diablo. Like, I didn't even know that some certain quests exist until much later in my Diablo 1 career. I believe the way the formula works is like floor X through Y has a percentage chance of spawning per floor or something like that. I feel like I talked about that during the lore run, and I know we didn't do all the quests during the lore run because we couldn't. That was with mods, too. It's okay, Voice of Authorita. Someday, I will take over the world and then make Actiblizzard... Well, I will take the IPs from Actiblizzard and do something with them. Now, that obviously sounds like the usual meming joke that I like to do, and it is. But here's the catch. What I just said is more likely to occur than Actiblizzard fixing their crap themselves. As an aside, so I'm not pushing back the FF14 block, for obvious reasons. I've been putting very serious thought into going ahead and shoving the WoW block forwards. Now, that's kind of a weird thing to do, because playing WoW right now is not exactly a popular thing to do, for good reason. But I am slowly growing legitimately concerned about the state of Actiblizzard and its continued ability to keep the lights on. Now, don't mistake me. Let me phrase this very clearly. Actiblizzard, the company, is fine and will continue to be fine, along with the people at the top, who are quite literally set for life. I'm more referring to whether or not, for example, WoW will be available in the next 2 years. You know what I mean? That is something that is, for the first time in over a decade, something that has to be taken into account when it comes to equations. See if I can get headshot. Yep. I'm gonna name this gun the Bragwin. Yeah, I didn't talk about it during Lore Week because honestly I'm just sick of the whole thing. But it's worth noting that if you... Okay. If you read the language of their response to the call for unionization, it's quite literally word for word out of the anti-union handbook, the Union Breaker handbook. No new arguments, no ideas, no validity, just going down the textbook response. Not a good sign. I will freely admit, I used to be pretty anti-union. About 22 years ago, something like that. Now, at least part of that was because that's a really common line to take here in the United States for obvious PR reasons. But the actual reason was because I'd actually encountered a union in my work, and all they were was an impediment to me getting my job done. It wasn't my union, it was someone else's union, and they were basically not allowed to do the work unless they had a union-approved thing in order to submit it to the proper thing, and I'm just like, I just need you to do this really simple, basic thing so I can do my job. And they were like, sorry, I gotta follow union regs, and that kind of tainted my opinion on unions for an extremely long period of time. What changed my mind is the Blackrock quarry. Let's see if I can hit this. A little better. No, what changed my mind was a simple set fact. I would rather have irritation in my job of trying to get my job done than have workers' rights be trampled on. In short, in reality land, both unions and absence of unions are bad. Pick your flavor. But I would rather take the potential positive of people, you know, actually being able to work their jobs without harm or difficulties and actually being able to do things like, you know, take care of themselves as human beings, versus the corruption and money laundering and all sorts of other wonderful, horrible things that happen with regards to unions. I was actually just wondering where we are physically. Oh, I know, it says the Blackrock Quarry, but you know what I mean. Yeah, exactly, Monobrand. I have always been in control. Yeah, no, like I said, Sierra Mike, I have had some issues. Longshoremen's Union, that's a that's an interesting union. But again, it boils down to that really horrible equation of, like, what else do you do, right? You see, we live in a society. Oh, sorry. Just channeling my Joker there for a second. All I'm saying is that when that Frostborn behind me starts glowing blue, this is gonna get wrapped up pretty quick, like. But yeah, exactly, Sierra Mike. That's... Pick your poison! That's life! Pick your poison. I like how there's just chunks of Blackrock just hovering in the air. Listen, I'm just saying that this is the best gun in the game so far. Change my mind, coffee cup. One thing that kind of irritates me a little bit, if I might be so bold, I know we're not on polemic day, but, you know, whatever. Something that kind of irritates me is that some unions... Let me walk that back. Some people seem to think that a union isn't valid if they don't... How do I phrase this? If they don't sign up with the federal union agency, which I can't think of the name of right now, and if they don't go through the paperwork and pay the fines and fees to be a ratified union. If you don't understand why that bothers me, the very concept of a union is just a group of people agreeing to do X in order to leverage their collective working power to accomplish Y. Right? Like, if a local Arby's group decides, hey, we're not cool with what you've been doing, we're going to walk out if you don't fix it. I don't think they need to go and sign a bunch of paperwork and pay some fees to do that, you know? We need additional diamond blades ASAP. Continuous rim this time to get clean cut the research wants. This Blackrock stuff is tough. We're going through blades like they're made of the damn things. The dimensions for these slabs of Blackrock they want are outrageous. For all the grief they're causing me, these fire breaks better work like a treat. Go ahead and double the last order. See, that's an interesting point, Valerian. Forgive me for being blunt, but why is that a necessary step? Because, yeah, it's already illegal in quite a few states, and that does vary. But, like, for example, let's go back to my Arby's. Let's say I'm a terrible boss. Nope, that's too fictional. Let's say I'm a great boss, and all my employees are cool, but the actual store manager is just a horrible person. This is actually much more accurate to real life. And is, like, you know, refusing to pay and refusing to have good working conditions and refusing to actually get cleaning materials, and all of this stuff totally really happened. But anyways, let's say that we organize a walkout, and he decides to fire all of us for doing that. While he can do that, that's the kind of thing that all of us can fight legally. Because the only reason he could possibly give for the firing is we staged a walkout in protest of his misabuse, which we, of course, would probably have taken evidence of because we have a brain. So...
Not what I expected.
Yeah, apparently we're just mining from the astral plane here. That's cool. Everything's cool. We're all cool here. I mean, we don't already. To be completely blunt, paying some money to get a certificate signed does not suddenly make us be an actual helpful union, nor make us not be a predatory one. I'm not saying I disagree with regulation. Obviously, regulation has both benefits and detriments to anything. But I don't think paying some money to get some signings changes that one way or the other. Yeah, I think we're just mining hell at this point. I think that's just what we're doing. Or Zen. Actually, Zen's a better thing. This is, wow. I mean, that's the question, isn't it, Catman? Admittedly, I should mention that I don't have any answers to this, that if I did, I would be implementing them. Or lamenting the fact that I don't have the power to implement them. Because let's be honest with ourselves, really. The problem is people. Greedy, selfish, short-sighted people who want to abuse a system for their own benefit. There's not a lot you can do about that, really. Where the hell are we? I mean, considering what Blackrock is, which is a physical material that resists supernatural energy, as in astral energy, it wouldn't surprise me if this is something like Elementium. But the problem is Elementium doesn't fit that. Elementium is an extremely... I know way too much about Warcraft lore. Elementium is an extremely physically strong material specifically because it is composed of a perfect unionization of the 4 elemental energies. 4 energies combined into a physical property. But that just makes it very strong. It doesn't make it resist the supernatural. By contrast, Serenite specifically allows you to resist the supernatural, thanks to the fact that it's the freaking blood of an old god. Which this reminds me of substantially more. So anyways... No, not at all, Dustbiter. I am unapologetically in love with the Azeroth setting, always have been, and frankly, always will be. Even if I have to take it and make it my own thing. Which, let's be honest, I'm already halfway there. Shield guy. I got 2 shots off. Yeah, I like to say there's only one setting I know better than Azeroth. Mine. Frankly, I probably know Azeroth better than Star Trek at this point. That's great. Go away. I know StarCraft reasonably well, but I would have to look up certain names. Like, really don't like these guys. And yeah, honestly, once I finish the WoW review, there's a pretty good chance I'll never play WoW again. Until I take over the world, obviously, as the aforementioned likelihood comment. Well, they didn't kill the other ones. Okay, that hurt a little. Damn it, Nero says no! And don't forget the Confederacy, Valerian. There's no health back here, is there? Damn it. All the health is down there with all the death. Isn't that always the way? Nah. Oh, didn't get it in time. Got the shield guy, the other shield guy. Still not out of combat, though. Yeah, no, the game's like, don't go and snipe. No, I'm good, thanks. You gave me a sniper rifle game. What do you want from me? I look forward to debating negatives with you when we get there, Mr. Ed, because Lord knows there's negatives to WoW. Good Lord. Can't wait to review BC and it be a net negative game, because it probably will. Oops. Rocket launches are okay, I guess. I don't know. Oh, the Confederacy is more fleshed out in the books, and it's pretty bad. Look up on the old families sometime. That's actually what they're called, is the old families, and that should really tell you all you need to know about them. Classic would be a Lamentation without question, yes. I don't think it would be garbage. That would be FF14 1.0. But if I was to review WoW Vanilla, it would be Lamentation status. And I would lose all my viewers for saying that, but it's true. So there it is. Damn it. Can't kill the lights. Yes, we have, Catman. We threw a few things into the furnace. No people, don't worry. No people. Yeah, I don't want to sound in any way negative, but this is the worst game I've ever played in my life. And also, this is probably the first area. See, you inoculate people or something like that, then you could say the truth. This is probably the most interesting locale we've been to so far. They've done some pseudo-interesting stuff with some geometry shifting and, you know, the office building aesthetic, but honestly, this is just cool. That is admittedly a harder question, Valerian. Let me go ahead and say that WoW Classic... Okay, I've been playing too many platformers. I saw this and thought, there's a place I could jump up. You know, just wall jump. WoW Classic would still be a lamentation, it just would not be as much of one. WoW Classic, however, did improve quite a few things in quite a few different ways. But the problem is WoW Classic still lacks basically all of the quality of life changes that WoW has added over the last 15 years. Okay, don't want to climb up there. We'll climb up here instead. I should probably stop thinking like a platformer. Okay, I give up. Yeah, that's where I came. I do like the brutalism of the rocks, for lack of a better way to put it. These are all still nice, big, concrete slabs of death, you know? During the weekly safety inspection to the quarry threshold, I discovered my entire crew in a state of ugh. The whole team was ugh, aligned and staring in a uniform direction, the city in the distance. Despite my most vocal efforts to gain their attention, they remained ugh for more than minutes, until I had to resort to literally ugh. Afterwards, they were dazed and could not provide any rationale for their behavior or any specific memories of engaging in it. My official recommendation for any crew working in a threshold area is to either shorten the length of their shifts or to carry out a mandatory psychological evaluation on a weekly basis, preferably both. Oh, and maybe we should order another expedition to the city. There's a city. If it makes you feel any better, Lord Harrimont, I got exalted in Timbermaw in WoW Vanilla. Yeah, I was trying not to make the fade joke, but we're screwed.
And there it is, right where you led me.
Oh, that's bad.
Something to you.
That's bad.
I need to get this prism to Marshall before it's too late.
How many of them are there? I see at least 2.
Then Dylan.
Okay. Baron. Larissa. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I think this is where I came from. No, this is not where I came from. At least, shoot. Okay, this is not where I came from. Alright, this is bad. I don't know where to go. Okay. Let me in! I'm the director. No, okay. I mean, funny fact, we still haven't defined what the city is in Dragon Age lore. Which actually irritates the crap out of me, because, I mean... Okay, I get that you want a little bit of mystery, but can we at least define something that's been undefined for 15 years now? All Bureau personnel are reminded to kindly not smoke in the quarry. Even though the quarry area is technically an outdoor space, it is still part of the Bureau, and therefore the no smoking rule applies. which makes Trench with the thing even more obvious. Not only is it considerate towards your fellow employees to refrain from inflicting the harm of secondhand smoke, it also is prudent to avoid the risk of gas fires, unforeseen threshold reactions, and possible creation of altered receptacles. Under no circumstances should cigarette butts be left in the quarry. Thank you for understanding. Please let me out of here right now. Oh god, there's another one. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be, Lore? Good things don't happen to you. Those things happen to you. Come on, over here. Okay, there's also Hiss here. That's wonderful. Okay. Excuse me. Don't mind me. Doesn't look as intimidating as it probably should. That's right, Trench decided to break the no-smoking rule. Whoop! Those things are getting closer, too, so we gotta wrap this up quick. Okay, nice knowing you. I'm out. Just anywhere, just anywhere. It's just, I don't care where. I mean, I care a little bit. No, I never really did the Frost Saber stuff. I don't remember why. So, that's a hard question, Cashel.
Why? If Hiss is a frequency, then why...
So I'll get back to that later. Where am I going? Speak with Marshall. Where's Marshall? Oh, hey, we completed a thing.
Human physiology. It would explain the hair loss.
I'll take that. Nothing really useful. Using Pierce. Kill his snipers. We'll do that one.
Think about it. The precision that would require is unthinkable.
Infinite power. Just for the hell of it. I will make the most powerful mod ever. None! Where the hell is she? Or is she here? So here's the problem, Cashel. You're asking me if 2004 WoW qualifies for a lamentation. What changes is whether or not you're asking 2004 me or not.
Had to take a detour into the quarry, but I found plenty. Here.
We will start HRA production immediately. I promised I'd tell you about Dylan once you helped us.
This is it. She knows. 17 years I've waited.
Your brother is here. He was once known as Prime Candidate 6, codenamed P6. We brought him here after the Ordinary event. He was groomed to be the future director. He had talents far beyond any other candidate in the program.
Of course he did. We found you together. We share a bond. Are you with him now?
So you kidnapped him?
We took him in. Your parents vanished along with every other adult in Ordinary. Eventually, his power changed him. There were casualties. He wasn't fit to be the director.
Did you know about this? Is this why you didn't bring me here sooner? Were you keeping me away?
Where is Dylan?
He's kept in the containment sector, in the Panopticon.
My brother. I thought we were the same. What if we are?
I'm going. Now.
I expected as much. I need to go check on something. Something I cannot let the Hiss find. It shouldn't take long, but you must watch the Bureau while I'm gone. And remember, Dylan is dangerous. Do not let him out, Director Faden.
How do I make her stop calling me that? I'm not here for them. Nothing simple here. These people took my brother, but they've accepted me without question. Are they my enemies or my friends? I need to see Dylan. I need to know. I wish you could tell me what you know, explain things. Just stay with me, okay? I could use a friend right now.
Well, the good news is Jesse totally remembers us. And by Jesse, I mean Dylan, sorry. Okay. I can do that too, Mike.
I think it makes sense. The pattern shifts.
Well, anyways. Oh, 10! That's what I've been waiting for. What? Why is this a locked ability? Why is this a locked ability? Someone explain this to me. Anyways. Oh! Ow. What was I saying? WoW. WoW Vanilla, right? How many of you have played The Legend of Zelda? The original. The NES classic, recently. Why are some abilities not locked up? Do I need to go further down Shield Train to this? Damn it, I've been saving up abilities just to get this. I have the evade ability. Look at that. Oh, it won't let me here. Whatever. Where am I going? Dead letters. The original Legend of Zelda is a game that is made by Ultima Cloud. Thank you very much, Ultima Cloud, for making Legend of Zelda. We all appreciate your work in giving us this great franchise. Thank you. I'll put that towards the FF3 Soul Remaster. There we go. So, that really sucks. Alright, the reason I bring up Legend of Zelda is an absolute trend-setting game. It is a codifier, it's an innovator, it is something that was incredible for the time. Legend of Zelda 1 has not aged all that well. It's still got some good to it, and I don't want to gainsay that, but overall it's just kind of at this point. However, if you were to play Legend of Zelda after having played the games that came out before it, it would seem revolutionary, probably because it was. You'd probably be like, oh my god, this game is incredible. And there's reason for saying that, because all you've drunk before that is sand. Yeah, GTA 3 actually applies in almost the exact same way. Remember, I talked about that during the GTA 3D lore run. GTA 3 was so good, mostly because everything before it was nowhere near on the same level. It's incredible, Ultima Cloud. I don't know how you did it. We all owe you a big favor. But yeah, you get my point, right? This is why I apply this to WoW Vanilla. Let's be very clear. WoW Vanilla was way better than the other MMOs at the time. I should know. I've played all of them. I have played every MMO that came out before WoW. That was kind of a thing for me back in the day. I was even known as an MMO guy for a while. In fact, for a bit there I started branding the channel that way. Especially since most of my viewers at the time were primarily people who were watching me because of my thoughts on MMO design, specifically. WoW did so much that pushed the MMO concept forward, it's kind of hard to really process nowadays, for someone who wasn't around for that. No offense intended to anyone, of course, I'm just saying, it's hard to really understand how mind-blowing WoW Vanilla was if you didn't experience what little there was before. EverQuest at the time. Asheron's Call at the time. Ultima Online. The Matrix Online. EverQuest was pushing into 2 at that point in time. There was Neverwinter, the original Neverwinter. I did actually play Flife, believe it or not. There was a whole slew of them, and then WoW Vanilla came out, and it was just, oh my god. And I've said this so many times. I said this during the WoW lore run, and I will say this again when we review it. Probably the biggest thing WoW had going for it is it was designed around the concept of being an FPS while being an RPG. Now, you're probably thinking, what? Nothing about WoW is an FPS. Well, no. Most of WoW's core engine code, combat, and just the general base building blocks of WoW is more FPS than it is RPG. And this gave it a huge leg up for being a multiplayer game over virtually every other MMO out there, which was an RPG MMO, in terms of the base code and design and all that fun stuff. Now, I'm too stupid to go into the details right now, but I hope you at least get the general concept. The fluidity of the game, the smoothness of it, the action of the combat, and the responsiveness, the action canceling, and the response time, and the latency workarounds, and all that was all because of that core thing. Greetings, Director Trench. I'd like to thank you for approving my request for Dead Letters Archive. Cataloging the Bureau's collection of delinquent mail will provide an extremely handy database that research teams can use to search for any connections or related topics found amongst the letters. Aside from the more functional purpose, the archive will allow us to preserve these windows into authentic human encounters with the paranatural world. These letters came to us from various places and times, gathered by the Postal Service as undeliverable. The Bureau is the perfect home for them. I realize not all letters contain accounts of genuine paranatural events, but even the erroneous ones allow us insight into how the unknown is perceived by real people. Of course, I will compile a system to allow us to analyze the letters for any information or suspected connection to AWEs or other altered materials. So thank you again. Can't wait to delve into my dead letters. We also apparently have a new hotline. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. There was an old joke back in the EverQuest days. Ross may know this one. The joke boiled down to, why are you getting a group together to go to the market? Well, you need to group now in order to post things in order to sell things, excuse me. So I should probably explain that one. In EverQuest, you just sat down and, like, you sat there in the market to sell things, and your character just was there and basically turned into a vendor. It was actually kind of a neat little concept. But the game was really, really, really big on forcing what we now refer to as group walls. AKA, you gotta group to do this. Now, they never actually went to so far as to making you group to do something so mundane, but you can see why the joke existed, because they forced you to group to do anything else. By contrast, think about the percentage of WoW vanilla content that didn't require a group. Now, it's not that large of a percent, it's probably about 40% or so. Well, maybe more, closer to 60%. But still, it was a fairly large chunk of the game you could experience without ever having to group, which was pretty unusual for the time. There were instances, elite quests, silver mobs, and raids. And that's kind of it. Airplanes aren't real. I figured out how they do it. The windows are TV screens. The whole thing moves on big tracks like a roller coaster that moves through underground tunnels in the earth. Airports are more like train stations. They do this because the sky is full of monsters they don't want us to know about. And the planes we see in the sky are the monsters. The government made the earth trains to look like the monsters so they could lie to us. Don't contact me. Yeah, nowadays we have FF14, which is quite literally co-op hostile, which I've given negatives for. Because that's nonsense and terrible. I suppose I should at least spend some of these points that I feel like I'm being forced to spend. Let's find out. Does that unlock? Nope. Wow, that's interesting. I'm curious what requires that, or that what is required for that. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see the line. God, that's barely visible, but I see it now. It's right there. So yeah, we do have to max out shield first. Whatever. That's irritating. I've been saving my points just to get that ability, and whatever. At least our shield is super strong now. Yay. Now I need 10 points again. But my shield is super great, so that's cool. Good night, Mr. Rip.
Just look at it. 8 inches wide.
We've seen this one.
Storing a whopping 80 kilobytes.
Yeah, but I don't have the points to spare us here, Mike. Well, you see, Dr. Winter, the profit is for the reptiles who are crossbreeding with rabbits so that they can turn us into lemurs. Hello, avid readers. The Bureau Book Bunch will convene at the usual spot in the corner table of the cafeteria at 5 p.m. on Tuesday. Currently discussing Unless You by J.D. Brooks. Everyone should get their reviews to me by Monday before lunch so I can generate some conversation starters. Happy reading. Well, this is the most terrifying thing in the game.
Hey, Meg! What's wrong? My mom's dead. I'm so sorry, Meg. What happened? I don't know. They blacked it out. It's like the director says. Confidential and children both start with C. The director's a puppet. A dirty, rotten, fat person. Dad says my mama went missing in action. She walked into the city and didn't come back. I don't know what missing in actions is, but I sure wish someone would find her. I'll help you look, Topher. We'll find your mama together.
No further comment needed. Whom it may concern, I am being contacted by the past presidents of the United States of America. They appear as spirit guides, giving me their wisdom. John Adams keeps saying I need to fix America, but I can't really understand him. They have a lot of opinions. People tell me I'm imagining it, but Theodore Roosevelt showed me how to fix my lawnmower. I don't know a thing about lawnmowers. Explain that. I have great dead men telling me about the past and the present. If you'd like to use my abilities to help run the government, please let me know. I know the White House could use me. James Bartholomew. Oh god, we gotta freaking... I don't want that on my videotape. Delete it! Immediately! Yeah! 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 Hi. Apparently I've been here too long because the enemies are respawning. You know, this is stupid. I think I'm done here anyways. Unless are there more here? Because I feel like I've gone everywhere here. So I think you're lying. Rocket launchers, you're lying to me. That actually still hit me. Some homing. Hi. And we're dead. I accept this death. See, Lords and Ladies was awesome, though. I actually don't remember. Is Lords and Ladies in 2? Because if it is, that's awesome, because that means we're going to see it in a few days. Let's get the hell out of here. Am I going? I actually don't remember. Nope, that was correct. The Panopticon. Also, there's the Hypnosis Lad? Apparently I never got that. The hell? Did I just lose internet? No, I seem to be here. Someone say Kefka really quick, please. Yeah, I just lost my connection to Steam, which is very strange. Whatever. I guess. Well, no, I went through here, because this is this whole thing. And it's all nice and contained now. The whispers of the damned sing to me, as they always do. It's just another Tuesday, really. This goes down. Yep, no, this is... I've still been here. There's this room. Those are some hella grenade throws, I'll tell you what. Let's just, no. Apparently they can melee through that too, that sucks. Excuse me, I'm out of here.
I see it. Another object of power? They're just standing there, mesmerized by it.
Okay, that sounds extremely safe. It's, I don't know what that is, actually. It's an X-ray, obviously. I like how it's, you're still in combat. Yeah, hang on. How optional are these abilities, out of curiosity? Ah, those have health. Oh my god. Thank you for just standing there and not killing me while I was looking down the area where other enemies might be. Oh my god. Piss off. And they're still spawning. I'm just gonna officially leave at this point. Well, you're looking at it, and this is the best gun so far. Yeah, there's a bit of a trash problem going on here. We're just gonna move on. I have no idea. Okay. Ignore the combat music that insists that I'm still in combat with the enemies who literally can't physically reach me right now. Just ignore that for a minute. They might de-aggro at some point. But then again, they might not. That's why I went out to deal with them. It's like, alright, look, let's get rid of that so I can do this in peace. And they were like, no, screw you. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, they can go in here. Holy crap. New. Okay, hang on, I'll be right back. Of course, there's a big guy. Done? Cool. Moving on.
state your name for the record.
Paul Warren, Astral Mark, first class.
And you are aware that exposure to the astral plane can result in death, disability, personal injury, corporeal untangling, cognitive collapse, loss of ego, and partial to full dementia?
Yeah. I am.
And you acknowledge that your use of the astral conduit, aka the X-ray light box, is purely voluntary?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Your suit is good? Okay, you're all set. Open the door for Mr. Warren, please.
And he was never heard from again. The end. So, this is actually the astral plane. Feels a bit lighter than I thought it would. Suffer me now. Aw. And then I die. But you know what? The quote still matters. I do like the cubism look. I do. But clearly this game is just aping off of FF14. I mean, honestly. Hello? You now follow the bright light. Can I have more than one at once? Yes, I can. Yep, even Zelda apes FF14. Whoa! Okay, we're dead. This is interesting. How do I get more ability points? God. I'm starved for ability points. Oh, but... I remember Mind Jack, but don't ask me to say much else about it. What's the range on this? Oh, that's pretty good range. Just chill here for a minute. I've been doing missions. I mean, I have. Granted, I haven't been doing the random missions, because screw those, but... Oh, shoot, that hurt. And we're dead. Wow! Okay. That's cool. I guess we're gonna have to go the other route with this. That's fine. Let's pretend we can fly again for a second. Oh, good. Well, that's even more reason to never do the random quest, then. Does this heal them? It does. Okay, cool. killer strategy, by the way. I did get some ability points for doing that, so that's nice. Guys?
Their brains were fried when I took over the object.
Sorry. Hang on. This is just in case the hiss shows up, okay? I apologize. Really. It's nothing personal. But you're extremely expendable, so... I guess that's actually it here. But we did get the thing, which I did want to do. And these don't give abilities, so... Wait, do these give abilities? I don't remember if these give abilities. Doesn't matter. Because that gives abilities. What's this? Oh, that's the... The object is a light box used to examine X-ray images. The image cannot be removed from the light box. The information on the image belongs to a patient named... Ugh. The object allows para-utilitarians to forcefully seize an individual's... Ugh. That sounds terrible. The seized individual becomes to the user. The effect lasts. Once released, the seized as a result of psychic trauma. Background. A janitor named bound the object at St. Anne's Hospital in Soon the building's occupants were by him. The Bureau dispatched an emergency response team to the perpetrator and the item. Fatalities numbered in the Cute. And I'm guessing this is the... yep, the liability thing, which we already heard. Okay. So, how do I use it? There's only one way to find out. Look up the controls for how to use it. Which it doesn't tell me. Oh, it's C. It's the seizure thing. Duh, I was just doing that. Never mind. Never mind. I'm stupid. I have no brain. And I must scream. Alright, go deal with that crap for me. I'm busy. Ugh! Being dead. This seems like kind of a crap ability at the moment, but I imagine it'll be a lot more useful when we upgrade it. Where the hell am I? And more importantly, do I still have the ability to people? I need someone to really quick. Anybody? No. The janitors. It's... Well, terrifying is the word I'd use. Ah, here we go. Perfect. Someone to... Okay, that hurt a little. Okay, we still have it. That's all I really needed to know. I'm out. Peace! Mr. Wizard, get me out of here. I think that's probably a good cutoff point before we go and find Dylan, which will be happening tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as per usual. I do hope you all have been enjoying this run so far. I'm not sure what I think of this game, to be completely honest. But we're going to change it. Oh, we can't do that. I'll see you next time.